Item 6 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to revitalize Uganda's cotton and textile value chain through rehabilitation and operationalization of Lira spinning mill.
Honorable Minister Tuku. Honorable, you do around 10 minutes. Be a quick one.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I moved under Rule 58 and Rule 69(1), Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to revitalize Uganda's cotton and textile value chain through rehabilitation and operationalization of Lira spinning mill. Mr. Speaker, this House resolves to urge government to rehabilitate, to recapitalize and operationalize Lira spinning mill as a strategic national industrial enterprise to promote value addition, revive Uganda's cotton and textile value chain, create employment and contribute to inclusive economic growth. Recalling that the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 mandates the state under the national objectives and directive principles of state policy to promote balanced, equitable development and economic justice, specifically Objective 12, Objective 11, Objective 14, cognizant that the fourth National Development Plan for the period 2025-2026 to 2029-2030 is anchored on the theme of sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment and wealth creation, with overarching goal of achieving higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. NDP4 identifies agro-industrialization and manufacturing as primary strategic pillars to drive import substitution, value addition and youth employment. Aware that Uganda Bureau of State Statistics Multidimensional Poverty Index reports for 2026, based on findings from the 2024 National Population and Housing Census, revealed that 27% of Ugandans live in multidimensional poverty, characterized by severe deprivations in living standards, healthcare and financial services, concerned, Mr. Speaker, by the deep regional disparities highlighted in the 2026 UBOS report, noting that Lira spinning mills, once a thriving giant of the Lango sub-region, and indeed the entire region, was established as a strategic national asset designed to consume Ugandan-grown cotton, supplying domestic textile mills, provide stable employment, and anchor the regional economy before falling silent over 4 decades ago. Deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the prolonged closure of Lira spinning mill has led to massive productive capacity loss, left thousands of youth, men and women unemployed, and deprived cotton farmers across northern and eastern Uganda of a stable domestic high-value market, leaving Lango sub-region reliant on subsistence farming, selling raw cotton exports with little to no value addition. And fully aware, Mr. Speaker, that according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, over 78% of the working population in the sub-region is locked in subsistence agriculture, with over 44% of the youth falling under the not in employment, not in education or training category, and up to 80% of young women engaged in unpaid family labor, which renders the revitalization of Lira spinning mill a vital economic necessity to absorb an estimated 70,000 unemployed or underutilized youth and women in Lira City and neighboring districts. Appreciating, Mr. Speaker, that the revitalization of the spinning mill directly promotes Buy Uganda, Build Uganda national self-reliant framework by providing the domestic production capacity required to operationalize the second-hand clothes import restrictions under the newly enacted External Trade Amendment Act 2026, which imposes a 30% environmental levy on imported second-hand clothing and worn articles. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, be it resolved that Parliament urges government to undertake a comprehensive technical, financial, legal, and commercial assessment of Lira spinning mill to establish its current structural status, investment requirements, and the most viable public, private, or state-led business model for its rehabilitation, mobilize the required financing through the available national funding programs like the Uganda Development Corporation, the UDC, public-private partnerships in strict compliance with public finance laws, and according to the Uganda Investment Authority, a fully integrated modern cotton spinning mill project in Lira would require an estimated investment of roughly $58 million, a figure highly viable under a structured government recapitalization or a public-private partnership model. 3, revise the cotton production across the Lango sub-region and neighboring cotton growing zones by providing farmers with high-quality seeds, modern cotton farming extension services, cooperative organization support, and subsidized inputs to guarantee a steady cotton raw material supply chain for the mill. And enforced by Uganda Build Uganda policy directives by making sure that government ministries, departments, and agencies like the military, police, prisons, and public schools source their uniforms and textile domestically from Lira Spinning Mill and local partners once they are fully operational, and that once rehabilitated, Lira Spinning Mill should give priority to the youth and women in job creation, training, and micro-enterprise opportunities arising from the revised spinning, weaving, and distribution networks. Mr. Speaker, that the government reports back to Parliament within 6 months from the adoption of this resolution with a comprehensive roadmap, financing structure, and realistic timelines for the physical rehabilitation of the spinning mill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that Parliamentary Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry immediately takes a keen interest in and actively support this undertaking to inform the revival of the spinning mill and the wider cotton sector, given their significant potential to promote agro-industrialization, create employment, and enhance value addition and stimulate economic growth in the country. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable. The motion seconded. Honorable Obigo Rose, Honorable Masaba, I'm saying DP Whip, I'm saying Arua Central, Honorable JB Mususi, Dr. Rude, Honorable Fono Pondo, Dr. Makid, and most of the colleagues in the House, including the Minister for Cooperatives. Yeah. So, Honorable, this is self-explanatory. But, okay, you can go through this justification if you're going to go through it the way it is. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the spinning mill was once celebrated as one of the largest spinning facilities in East Africa and actually the East and Central Africa. Unfortunately, the mill has sat dormant for decades, representing a massive underutilization and misuse of a national asset that can substitute for imports in African countries currently importing cotton yarns, such as Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. Honorable Speaker, for over 40 years, this country has exported raw, ginned cotton for peanuts, only to import back finished textiles and second-hand clothes at a premium. And this is economic sabotage, Mr. Speaker. Lira Spinning Mill represents an opportunity that can restore a strategic link between agriculture and manufacturing that can advance Uganda's industrialization agenda. Honorable Speaker, in March this year, UBOS, Multidimensional Poverty Index report revealed the bitter truth that 27% of our citizens are trapped in multidimensional poverty, as already suggested earlier. The primary driver of the poverty in Lira sub-region and indeed in the greater region is the lack of a stable, value-adding jobs and reliable markets for cash crops, Mr. Speaker. And cotton is a crop grown by the poorest households in this area. And reviving the Lira Spinning Mill shall therefore reduce the risk of cotton farming by guaranteeing a stable domestic buyer in the name of Lira Spinning Mill. It shall create thousands of direct jobs for factory workers, for engineers and administrators, given we have thousands of youth unemployed at the moment in the region, but also nationally. It will generate tens of thousands, right, Honorable Speaker, of indirect jobs for cotton pickers, logistics providers, and micro-tailors, along the value chain. Honorable Speaker, members, this motion takes a highly responsive, business-minded approach, and we want a thorough, objective assessment to determine the best modern operating model, whether state-owned, whether joint venture or private public partnership, to ensure we build an enterprise that is financially stable, globally competitive, and built to last. I pray that this House, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, adopts this resolution in the spirit of national interest, economic justice, and sustainable industrialization. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bigger Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion to rehabilitate, revitalize, and capitalize Lira spinning mill. Right Honorable Speaker, if you see most of the garments that are made out of cotton, it's easy to decompose them. That will not be a threat to environmental degradation. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, Lira spinning mill has been employing a lot of youth. We are here fighting with our youth unemployment. Right Honorable Speaker, if in the previous years we used to have cotton also in Rhino Camp. A lot of cotton up to this time is grown in Openjinji, Ragame, Rhino Camp, and so forth. We would really be grateful, even not only the Lira spinning mill, if the one in Rhino Camp is also revitalized, capitalized. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember AGOA girls sometime got a challenge of having no raw material, yet their basic raw material is cotton. I went to buy the yellow t-shirts for my campaigns from AGOA girls. We had shortage because there's no capitalization, there's no revitalization. I'll really be grateful if Lira spinning mill is revitalized, is capitalized. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Edakas. A procedure, Honorable Cohen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to move under Rule 60 of our Rules of Procedure. My name is Amanya Cohen, Member of Parliament, Higara West Constituency. Honorable Speaker, the motion talks about only Lira spinning. We have so many other sectors, especially in cotton. In Bunyarguru there is one, in Pakwach there is, in Kasese there is. So instead of us only looking at Lira, we amend the motion and include the areas, those areas of cotton within Uganda. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Before I just put the question, I just wanted to know from the mover, would that be okay? Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would be glad to have it amended. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Good, I can see seconded by majority. Yeah, of the House. So the question will encompass, will encompass all cotton milling factories or whatever we call them, okay? At the end of the day. Yes, Honorable Edakas is here. Honorable Ariera Omodi. Honorable James Kakoza. Okay. These are the seconders. So I wanted, just colleagues, I can see really general, general consensus on the matter. Okay? Just. Yes, I will at the end of the day I ask the minister to say something. Honorable Azar is here. Yes. Let me allow one from Lango, Honorable Achon, and one from Kasese. I know there is a meeting in Kasese.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the motion by my colleagues from my colleagues Uyam. Right Honorable Speaker, the time I was born, I remember cotton was one of the basic cash crop in Lango. If you are not grown, you'd be considered as a poor person. And by then there was plenty of water, rain, of course. We had rainfall that time, so there was plenty of water. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks so bad from in 90s. Then the spinning mill collapsed. Cotton was not considered in the region. Then with the war which came in northern Uganda, it kind of deteriorated a lot in the region. And that's caused a lot of issue in Lango. When you look at the population of Lango, we are 2.5 million. But we do not have any tangible factory or any cash crop that we are growing. Now we rely only on the food crop, which on a daily basis. So I therefore appeal to this government really to come up to resume back the factory of spinning mill so that people of Lango, of northern Uganda, and appeal to this government really to come up to resume back the factory of spinning mill so that people of Lango, of northern Uganda, and other regions really to come up and support the cotton growing. And when you look at the number of expenses of the clothes which we are facing just because we lack cotton, like for politics, if we want to order T-shirts, you know, we have to go like to China, to other places, which we just have it here. And the population also, we lack a lot of employment because look at the youth in the northern after the war, we should be having something on daily basis in Lango to have our people survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Rude. And then the Minister.
Yes, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. For the record, I'm Dr. Rude from Bukonzo County East. Right Honorable Speaker, from Bukonzo County East and actually Kasese at large, we have grown up, Bukonzo County East and actually Kasese at large, we have grown up with two types of cash crops being grown, and that is coffee and cotton. And remember, we are among the leading producers of both of these two items. Therefore, this discussion is very right, and I do associate myself to the motion in support of revitalization of all the value addition processes for our cotton, and specifically in Kasese of all the value addition processes for our cotton, and specifically in Kasese, actually with the processes of value addition actually not being focused on, even prices have gone very low. The farmers are suffering, they are investing in a lot, but harvesting peanuts. So ultimately, the prices are very, very low. So with government coming on board to revitalize these milling machines, eventually we are going to have market for our cotton readily available at the milling places. Number two, we are going to reduce on the importation of textiles from outside and utilize our own cotton here and produce clothing. The other time we were in general elections, and you know that yellow t-shirt was on a huge demand, and we were being told that there is no more material to produce them. How I wish that we had textile, cotton, value addition, plants all over. These materials would have been all over and would have gotten in plenty. I associate myself together with the people from Bukonzo County East with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Honorable Diarra? No. The Honorable gentleman next to Dr. Musa. I saw he looked passionate about this issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I am called Richard Ongorok, from representing the people of Wusu County. I rise to support the motion on the floor. You are aware, Mr. Speaker, that Teso is renowned for cotton growing. That was way back, before the collapse. The 1969 National Population Census put Teso as one of the big economies in the country, and Teso was ranked high, equivalent to the areas of Buganda, that is Wakiso, Mukono, in terms of income. And that income was arising from cotton and cattle. Our economy collapsed starting from the 1970s. Up to date, Teso does not have any cash crop. And therefore, I rise to say that let government revitalize the cotton industry, because it was through cotton that our children were able to go to school. It was through cotton that the government was able to get forex, because at that time, 1960s, cotton was the third most important forex earner in the country. And therefore, I believe that revitalizing this industry that have no cash crops right now, the benefits of cotton not just cover textiles. You know this, from seed, we can get animal or cattle cake. From seed, we can get cooking oil. And therefore, cotton has got a lot of value. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Just 2 minutes on this, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I'd like to thank the movers of the motion about the revival of Uganda's cotton and textile value chain through rehabilitation of Lira spinning mill and textile value chain through rehabilitation of Lira spinning mill. But, Right Honourable Speaker, since the motion has been amended, maybe you allow me to come with a comprehensive report so that we capture the whole country where cotton is being grown. However, allow me to specifically go to what Honourable has just raised here, briefly in 2 minutes. Allow me first go historical.
No, on Baza.
Yes.
I kindly gave you 2 minutes, okay?
Yes.
I just need your commitment on this.
Okay.
Then under Rule 229 of our Rules of Procedure, you're supposed to bring an action taken report. Because the motion has gone deeper. Now, if you go historical, we shall sleep here, I know you very well.
Most obliged, Right Honourable. Let me now, first of all, thank the mover of the motion. We will come and give a comprehensive statement or report about the same, covering the whole country. Yeah, so that we get to know what's happening in the issues related to cotton growing, then find solutions of reviving, revitalizing Lira ginnery and other ginneries that are spread all over the country, including West Nile, Central and Western Uganda. Lira ginnery and other ginneries that are spread all over the country, including West Nile, Central and Western Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to revitalize Uganda's cotton and textile value chain through rehabilitation and operationalization of Lira spinning mill be adopted with amendments. Those in favour sign, to the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it. So, Honourable Clerk, extract a resolution, pass it on to the relevant minister, and as per Rule 229 of our Rules of Procedure, an action taken report will be brought here. But in the motion they requested for 6 months, yes, and our rules provide for 60 days. So let's go for 6 months, so that the minister is given enough time. Because it has a budgetary implication, I don't want the minister to just come and say, I presented it to cabinet and, 6 months we shall be monitoring whether even in the budget they've taken some steps, if they are baby steps and all that. Thank you. I have matters of national importance, but let me also first deal with item 4. Then I'll be getting Honorable Eunice, congratulations. And congratulations, well done. So, thank you. Yes.
Item 4 on the other paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to improve access to geriatric health care and enhance social protection for older persons.
Yes, Honorable Mafabi, 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to improve access to geriatric health care and enhance social protection for older persons, moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Objective 20 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, directs the state to take all practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population. And whereas Uganda ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, 1966, which requires states parties to recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, among others. Aware that the government has demonstrated its commitment to the protection and well-being of older persons through policy frameworks, including the National Policy for Older Persons, which provides the equal treatment, social inclusion, and livelihood support of older persons, and the National Social Protection Policy, which recognizes the particular vulnerabilities of older persons and guides the delivery of targeted social protection interventions in Uganda. Further aware that government implements social protection and economic empowerment programs for older persons, including the Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment Program, which provides a monthly grant of 25,000 shillings to every eligible older persons, considering that Uganda's population of older persons, estimated at more than 1.4 million persons aged 60 years and above, continues to grow and bears a disproportionate burden of non-communicable and age-related conditions, including hypertension, diabetes, arthritis, cancer, and dementia, which require continuous and often costly medical care. Noting that although the Senior Citizens Grant provides important financial support to older persons, the monthly grant of 25,000 shillings is insufficient to meet their basic and healthcare needs, and program reaches only a proportion of eligible older persons because of its coverage and age requirements. Concerned that the majority of older persons reside in rural areas, have no health care insurance, and have limited access to specialized geriatric care, essential medication and diagnostic services, assistive devices, and affordable transport to health facilities, thereby exposing them to preventable illnesses and deterioration in their health and equality of life. Further concerned that public health facilities across the country generally lack dedicated geriatric units, health workers trained in geriatric care, and age-friendly infrastructure and services, including ramps, rest areas, and priority service points. Recognizing that as accessible and affordable healthcare services tailored to the needs of older persons, complemented by service points. Recognizing that as accessible and affordable healthcare services tailored to the needs of older persons, complemented by preventative health interventions across the population, would promote healthy aging and reduce the long-term burden of age-related illnesses on families, communities, and the national healthcare system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Parliament urges government to, number one, introduce a health insurance scheme specially targeting older persons to facilitate free or affordable access to essential medicines, diagnostic services, and treatment for age-related and chronic conditions. Number two, strengthen community and home-based care programs for older persons, including mobile health clinics, community outreach services, and older person supports committees, particularly in rural and hard-to-reach areas. Number three, establish dedicated geriatric units and age-friendly service points, including priority queues, ramps, and rest areas in all regional referral hospitals and progressively in general hospitals and health centers. Number four, train and deploy health workers in geriatric medicine and elderly care. Number five, introduce quarterly health checkups for older persons at designated health centers to promote health screenings, preventative health care, and align the dates of the checkups with the payments of the senior citizens grant where practicable to improve access to both health and social protection services. And six, review and expand the social assistance grants for empowerment programs in relation to its coverage, eligibility age, and the amount payable to beneficiaries to ensure that the program meaningfully contributes to meeting the health and other essential needs of older persons. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha. For record clerk, I allowed the motion under Rule 58 of our Rules of Procedure, not Rule 56, because Rule 56 is for matters of urgent importance. So Rule 58 is the one which has to do with the motion. So I need that captured. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Minister for the Elderly, Honorable Jackie Mbabazi. Seconded by Erida Tomaza. Seconded by Honorable Mavenjina Elderly. Seconded by Honorable Anyakun. By Honorable Court by General Gonyi. Is he Jaramel? Jarameso? Yes, Jarameso Ajuri. Honorable Katabazi, Chichoncho, Ati Nakaseke, is it Nakaseke? Nakasongora, Nakasongora. Yes. Seconded by the new Minister of State for Internal Affairs. Who is here? Yes, Honorable Biara, Shadow Minister for Gender, Honorable Anthony. I can see Honorable Richard, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Beta Angora, Angora, besides Honorable Carissa, Honorable Noerin, Honorable Court. Colleagues, by majority of you, Honorable colleagues, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Even Marshall, Arenyo. Okay. So, Honorable, you can use, you feel this is enough justification? Because I can see you have put your case properly. Do you want to speak more on this? I allow the seconders and some debate. You feel this is sufficient?
I think it's sufficient, but I had a justification. But I can see it if it's sufficient for the House.
Yeah, I think this is sufficient.
Sufficient, eh?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so that we save some minutes for debate, okay? So I can see on the seconders, I see Honorable Court Boniface. And let me start with the Court Boniface, then Honorable Baseke Fred. Then I'll do Honorable Mavenjina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. when you look at the support towards this motion, you'll notice that there's a general acknowledgement that we are all candidates for old age. And one Right Honorable Speaker, on the 20th of November last year, during the busy election period, the then Minister for State for Elderly Affairs made a big pronouncement at the Uganda Media Center. In his pronouncement, he indicated 3 core areas that the cabinet had resolved on, and one of them was on eligibility in terms of age for the SAGE program, and indicated that it had been lowered from 80 years to 65 years. The second pronouncement was that the monthly grant for SAGE had been increased from 25,000 to 35,000. And thirdly, indicated that these changes would take effect in this ongoing financial year, 2026-2027. I think the most important question all our older persons are waiting for this evening, the 1 million who are above 65 years of age, is when the implementation of these changes will begin. And I am hopeful that the minister will clearly pronounce the minister will pronounce herself on these matters. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll also notice that this House has consistently debated the issue of SAGE, particularly when it comes to access to that grant, and that these older people have to travel long distances many times to access this money. And it would be of good consideration to these particular older people that government considers accessible platforms like mobile money, for example. These particular older people, that government considers accessible platforms like mobile money, for example, so that the older people do not travel these long distances, because at one point, an 84-year-old woman in 2004 lost her life in Pakwach district in trying to access this particular support. Right Honorable Speaker, district in trying to access this particular support. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll also notice that support for older persons is about 120 billion shillings under SAGE. But 30 billion of that money is for administration. And this is a very huge fraction of the money that is available. And if we could save on these administrative costs so that there is further increment in the grants that these older people get. Finally, on geriatrics, Right Honorable Speaker, the specialists for geriatrics are not very many. And if you notice in all our institutions of higher learning, there is no institution of higher learning providing this course at a master's level. And it would be important for our institutions to consider investing in more of our human resource in this particular sector. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you. 2 minutes each. Honorable Secretary Fred. Then Honorable Mavinjina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to first of all thank the move of this motion, Honorable Asha Mafabi Nabulo, for your foresight and commitment to the plight of older persons. Right Honorable Speaker, older persons form the foundation of our community. Therefore, as members of Parliament, it is our moral and constitutional obligation to support their plight. Research shows that 45% of older persons live below the International Extreme Poverty Index, and only 2.3% are able to receive a pension. The rest depend on family support and some form of senior citizen grant. Similarly, many older persons above 60 years in our communities are still living with chronic illnesses, as mentioned, like diabetes, arthritis, dementia, and cancer. Yet our health systems, like they have mentioned before, we lack professionals in geriatric services, and we have insufficient age-friendly services. In districts like Kayunga, where I come from, most of the older persons do not have any form of health insurance. They struggle to access diagnostic services, assistive devices, and affordable transport facilities. When you look at the social protection front, we appreciate government for having the senior citizens grant and a SAGE. But while this program is appreciated, we still have older persons who are not getting this money. Many older persons still are in poverty and ask. Just let me. Right Honorable Speaker, investing in older persons is not a burden on government. It is an investment in dignity, welfare, and social stability. I therefore want to support this motion and urge honorable colleagues to support this motion as a statement that Parliament stands with the older persons. I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable Mavengina. Then we have our former coordinator for the Forum on Social Protection. Now he's a member of Parliament, Honorable Chunchu Katabazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues, the woman MP for Sirongo District, Honorable Nabulo, for moving this very important motion about the older persons. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, old age is a special gift from God. And by the time you reach 80 years, you must be a special person who serves God throughout your life. And so right now we have very many of our older persons who are suffering out there. And I want to thank government very, very much, especially President Museveni, who allowed we, the older persons, to be represented in this parliament. And we are not many, we are only 5. But I know there are also many of our colleagues here who have come to parliament in their own rights, and they are also old. So we thank God for all the old and young. And so, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the geriatricians we are talking about, I think in the whole country there are only 5. And for me personally, I don't even know how to access them. And if I cannot access them, what about our older persons who are in the countryside? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for us when we came to Parliament, it was also a tug of war to get insurance scheme for us, because they were saying we are too old. But I want to thank Parliament and the government for the intervention which made us get a health insurance scheme. I would also like to...
Switch on, Honorable.
I would like to appeal to our government and honorable colleagues and all of us to consider our old persons to have insurance scheme while we are waiting for the 35,000 shillings for SAGE to take effect. It is true we all heard about it. I personally didn't want to to tune the older persons in my constituency until when it came out in black and white. And so we are all eagerly waiting, at least for the 35,000 increase for our older persons. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 35,000 is also not much, but at least it is something for which we must thank the government and must be grateful. So I would like to appeal to government to try all possible ways of finding these 35,000 shillings per every older persons. I know the parliament had already okayed it because many of our people here love us older persons and they respect us very, very highly. So colleagues, I would like to appeal to you that we should continue to advocate and support our older parents, our grandparents, and all of you, because you are all heading to our age. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Choncho. Then the Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Choncho Katawazi Patrick, Member of Parliament for Ruchiga, and as rightly pointed out, former coordinator for the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection, a forum that has been very active since 2012 on this matter of providing and extending social protection to older persons in this country. I rise to support the motion, and I would like to augment on the aspect of financing for social protection, particularly on the program called SAGE. You have been told that the budget currently it is at 121 billion, which is currently supporting about 316,000 older persons. Now, this resolution or decision by cabinet of lowering the age 65 would mean that about 1 million older persons would be supported at a rate of 35,000, which then would require an additional 252 billion to be able to come to 373 billion to cover all older persons who are above 65 years of age. I know that sometimes resources are not enough, and I would like to propose to government to look at it possibly in a phased manner if indeed resources cannot be availed, because this was supposed to take effect this financial year, and in this budget is not there, but it's not too late, because this is a very, very important area in which government can even explore having a supplementary budget. And in a phased manner that I'm proposing, let us reduce progressively to 75 years, and that would take us to 500,000 older persons, which then would need a budget of 192 billion, which then would be an additional of 71 billion. If the subsequent year will go to 70, we would cover 764 older persons, which would be an addition of 157 billion, and at 65, like I said, in the third year would be very sufficient to cover older persons. This program was saved by this parliament in 2018 by a parliament resolution for a national rollout. It is this parliament still that I think can be able to save the older persons of this country because of the prominent role that they continue to play as custodians of wisdom, but also as people that we must recognize for the important role they have contributed in this country. I beg to support the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and members of the House. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Naburo for bringing this motion to Parliament. Thank you, my daughter. And I want to thank all those who seconded this motion, and also the Honourable Chichonjo, who is the coordinator of social protection. Today I turn 72, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm happy to be an older person, and I'm happy to represent the older persons of Western Uganda in Parliament, but also as Minister of older persons of the whole country. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, as the members who spoke before said, that the older persons are the ones who have laid the foundation for this country. We are the ones who have brought Uganda to where it is today. And for that matter, we need a lot of respect, we need a lot of care, we need our dignity. Now, those who spoke about the motion and the move of the motion dwelt on geriatric care. Geriatric care is the medical care for older persons. Right Honorable Speaker, we have only three geriatric and we do not have any geriatric nurses at all. In fact, Uganda does not train any geriatric healthcare personnel. We have just recruited one of the geriatric doctors on the National Council of Older Persons, and we are happy to have her, and she's going to help us a lot. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, we are engaging the Ministry of Health so that we discuss this area of geriatric care. We are engaging very soon Makerere University so that the curriculum for geriatric doctors and geriatric nurses is adopted in the education system of the medical workers. We are also about to engage Ministry of Health so that whenever we are distributing SAGE, it is distributed at health center 3s, so that at the same time, these old people get some medical care, and we arrange as a ministry to put some medical camp for those people to be cared for. On the question of SAGE, 25,000 is very little money, but Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we have found out that these 25,000 shillings, 30% of it is used for medical care. Members, we have found out that these 25,000 shillings, 30% of it is used for medical care. And therefore, the issue of medical insurance is extremely important. And as a ministry, that's what we are looking at. We have already met a few insurance companies and discussed the medical. And probably when we increase to the 5,000 per month or so could be used for medical insurance. It's extremely important. As far as the conveyance of SAGE money is counties, I saw one of them being wheeled on a wheelbarrow to a sub-county to receive SAGE money. So in the ministry, we are looking at options, better options of this SAGE money reaching the people. But I must remind dear members that our old people forget their PIN numbers. We could put the money on the phones, but they are going to forget their PIN numbers. And most of their phones are being held by their children and grandchildren who are actually taking away this money from them. So it's a very, very big problem, but nevertheless, we are looking into it. Now, regarding the increment to 35,000, indeed, it was a decision here, and it was a cabinet decision, and it was communicated to the people. I think most of you even used it as a campaign tool to get those votes of the older persons. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, this was not put in the budget of this year. And I wish to request that together, Cabinet and the members of Parliament find ways and means of raising this money, which, as the Honorable Choncho said, is 252 2.6 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, these older persons are breadwinners for their families. The people above 60 are looking after families with a population of 7.2 million people. And they are the only ones looking after these people. And therefore it is important to, and they are the only ones looking after these people. And therefore it is important to get that 35,000. Regarding the other programs, we have SEGOP, where they are supposed to borrow, to get some 5 million shillings per a group of 5 people, and they've been getting it. It started as 5 billion. We are pushing that it comes to 10 billion. Hopefully this year it should be raised to 10 billion so that as many people, as many old people as possible get it. Those who cannot get parish development model money, even if we encourage them to get the 10% of the PDM. So as a ministry, we need your support, Right Honourable Speaker. We need support of the Parliament. We are every day working on this since we started, and we are sure together with yourselves we shall succeed. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Jane Ruth Acheng, you wanted to add on something from a medical perspective?
Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to thank the mover of the motion and also to thank the Minister for her very passionate presentation. Right Honourable, I only want to add a few things to bring to the attention of the members that the National Development Plan 4 captures issues of the elderly and geriatric services in details. Why do I say this? Because I personally participated in putting them there. Number 2, it captures issues of training for the geriatric doctors and the nurses. Also in details. All we need are resources so that that can be implemented. In the meantime, the Ministry of Health entered into a public-private partnership with an organization, and there is ongoing training of geriatric nurses. In fact, if any of you needs one here, you can just contact them and they will give you one. But that will be at your cost. But what we want is that they are supported because the elderly need them. It is very true that we have only 3 geriatric doctors, and they are only based in Mulago. But the elderly are so many, 1.4 million all over the country, and we need them in every part of the country. It is important that we invest in this area if we are to have a good output from what we deserve. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of the health insurance, I just want to guide the Minister that if we are to have an insurance targeted only to the elderly, as a country we are likely to fail. We need an insurance scheme that covers all of us, including the children, because the principle is solidarity. The rich supports the poor, and our elderly are on solidarity. The rich supports the poor, and our elderly are only receiving 25, now 35 if it happens. They are not able to contribute. So let's push for what we had already started, which has been pending, which has already been well worked on, so that that law is approved and all of us have an insurance scheme, so that we don't put a heavy burden on the elderly or expect the government to pay only specifically for the elderly. I thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I now put the question, the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to improve access to geriatric health care and enhance social protection for older persons be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now, Honourable Minister, I can see you supported the motion strongly. Now the ball is in your court. Rule 229 of our rules of procedure says you report back in 60 days. And you tell us the progress you've made in implementing this resolution as a government. Otherwise, count on us as a parliament that on issues of the elderly we always support. Thank you. Now, colleagues, I have matters of national importance, which I want to be handled now. And I'll start with Honorable Karim Masaba, and then after I go, Dr. Wakida. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I do rise on a matter of national importance concerning the alarming state of Mbale Central Market and the
Honorable Minister, this is your issue. So, yes, as long as you are listening in. Please go ahead, Honorable.
Yes, Right Honorable, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning the alarming state of Mbale Central Market and the continuous injustice being inflicted on more than 5,000 traders who depend on the market for their daily survival. Right Honorable Speaker, what has happened, I had a meeting with the town clerk and the division mayor, and they did show me a letter signed by the former minister of local government showing a stiff increment in rent dues that they're supposed to pay in the central market. And as per the letter, you will find that a stall of 5,000, they will be paying 20,000. One who has been paying 30,000 will be required to pay 300,000. One who has been paying 100,000 will be paying 500,000 shillings, which the traders believe are quite huge and unreasonable, and there was no due process, no consultation or engagement with them was involved. Right Honorable, as I speak, the market master was suspended. The leaders of the different sections in the market were arrested. Some of them, I did help them get bail, and they're out as I speak. The market has not been having water for a while. The toilets, of course, now they cannot use them. The roofs of the market are leaking. When you look at the garbage around the central market, they were given a truck by City Council, but unfortunately, they have to pay for the driver of the City Council. They have to fuel the truck to ferry garbage from around the market. Then there are issues to do with landlords, people who got stalls and shops in the market who are charging people exorbitant fees. So, Right Honorable and Honorable members, my prayers are four and brief. One, my prayers is that government through the Ministry of Local Government takes the following steps: convenes an urgent meeting with the local authorities and stakeholders of the market and agree on a reasonable rent fee to be paid by the traders. Two, restore reliable piped water in the market toilets and undertake to do the repairs that include the roofs that are leaking and other non-functional facilities. Three, complete a transparent time-bound verification and reallocation exercise that prioritizes active, genuine vendors and permanently ends the practice of exploitive subletting by self-proclaimed landlords. And lastly, ring-fence a clear and publicly reported percentage of the market revenue for sanitization, garbage collection, water, electricity, and structural maintenance. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I remember in January, towards the election, I visited that market. I addressed some of those concerns. Now they have re-emerged. I remember that time I worked closely with the Honorable Rafael Majezi. Now these are things that can be resolved very fast. In Imbarara, they had similar problems. I had a meeting with them, my last visit in Imbarara. They sorted it. They had a chairman who had become a landlord. That chairman was removed. So we told the marketing master is the in charge, but then there are departmental leaders, 2 per departments. So we shall do the same application. Only the contractors who built those markets, all of them need to be jailed. They put low gauge iron sheets, very low gauge iron sheets. The markets, we have had the same problem. Now this, I will need to ask the contractors who are given all these markets to fix that, or else we blacklist them from doing any kind of business. 2, the issue of landlords in a market. The president made it clear. politicians, actually, what Honorable Karim did inform you that there are politicians with stalls, which is wrong. So I will involve the Commissioner of Markets, local government, shall hold a meeting to submit a list of the people who are eligible to get. Whichever politician has, that will be potea. We give it to the poor who don't have stalls. Markets were designed for the poor people, not for the rich. So, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, wherever you are, we shall remove the rich.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the Minister for Local Government, Honorable Balam, concerning markets in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, government injected huge amount of money for putting up markets across the country. And if you look at other markets, for example, Gulu, the design alone, the moment you entered in that market, is like you are going inside the oven. The roof is too low. In fact, the quality does not correspond to the amount of money. The roof is too low. In fact, the quality does not correspond to the amount of money which was injected. I thank Honorable Minister for your activities across the local government. What you are doing is going to eradicate corruption in the local government. And I pray what you are doing is going to eradicate corruption in the local government. And I pray that you continue with that activity. Move across the country, investigate all those ones who are given contract for the markets. Those ones who are not serious, you arrest them as you normally do. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, whoever is involved in a shoddy deal, whether it is 3 years, 7 years, 10 years ago, it remains shoddy. They will pay back, they must vomit, and they must face the law. As simple as that. So the problem in Mbale market is the same problem in Kabale. In Kabale city, there are people who have been crying. The original occupants were denied. Then those who had the money, the Ruth Achengs, were able to, not this Ruth Acheng of Kabale. There's a lady called Ruth Acheng of Kabale. They were able to get stalls. So there's a lady called Ruth Acheng of Kabale. So we are going to sort it. Ambarara was sorted. Mubende, I met Honorable Sumaya of UNOP. She took me there, we resolved it. And even we actually gave the poor who had not gotten, the original occupants were given 4 stalls. We got stalls, I asked them where did the stalls come from, but they were able to find the stalls of those people, which had been taken over because they were voiceless. So Honorable Karim informed the traders, for now let them pay the previous amount, till when I come there, probably next week or the other week, I'll come there and we have it resolved. Thank you very much. Submit.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, I would propose that you formally, you as a minister or as a ministry, you inform them, not Honorable Karim Masaba. Okay? Because it's you with the executive authority has raised the matter. If you could inform them today evening, so that they are not paying that huge, because it's you with the executive authority has raised the matter. If you could inform them today evening, so that they are not paying that huge amount as you come to resolve the matter.
I'm also obliged, Right Honorable. Let me have a letter given to him in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you. But don't go away, still need you. I have some few issues. Colleagues, as you can see, we have to adopt other ways of working. And it seems to be effective. It's working. So we have to adopt. Dr. Wakida?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I will use Rule 55 of procedure of this Parliament on a matter that is urgent of a national nature regarding the manner in which the State Minister of Local Government has been conducting her businesses in a fight against corruption in the eastern part of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, the government policy to fight corruption is supported by all of us here. Corruption bleeds our health centers, it bleeds the schools, and every aspect of this society. However, Mr. Speaker, the method being used in this fight collapses the very essence of governance. Over the last few days, the State Minister, and I will repeat, the State Minister for Local Government was in Budaka District. In the case of that period, a number of outrageous things happened. I saw for the first time a medical doctor being publicly harassed and arrested in front of the people they have been treating at the facility.
Maybe, Dr. Wakida, what I didn't tell you, when your time is up, you ask for more time.
Can you please give me more time?
You did.
I request for more time.
No, just I want you to get this first.
Yes.
Okay? Just take your seat for a minute first. Because you did it when we were in electricity. Yes. You continued, and I saw the discomfort of members because they know how strict I am. Now I saw you repeating it, and you're clever, you don't give me your face. So let it be just the last time it happens. Yeah. He has not been here, he has been...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Has been indisposed.
I saw the health workers being arrested. I saw the parish chief and LC1 chairpersons being summarily ordered to be sacked. At one point, the parish chief was told he's not supposed to work in that parish because he's not born from that parish. Teachers, head teachers, were dehumanized. Mr. Speaker, this approach is a violation of the Constitution. It violates the Local Government Act, the Public Service Standing Orders, and the principles of natural justice. Unless this country has become lawless, unless a country that I know is a constitutional country has become a jungle, the results of this kind of character creates fear and demoralization of public servants who are already understaffed, they are underpaid.
Honorable, I'm just waiting for your prayers because, yeah. Yeah, prayers, Honorable.
I want to ask this House to censure the method that the Honorable Minister used.
Yeah, prayers, Honorable.
I want to ask this House to censure the method that the Honorable Minister used and uses on work. I also want this House to direct the Minister uses on work. I also want this House to direct the Minister to immediately desist and hand over all of the cases to the relevant authorities. Direct the Committee on Local Government to give us a report on the activities of this particular minister. Right Honorable Speaker, if this is not done, then we live in a country that is lawless. I beg to see it.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Dr. Wakida, do you agree with the principle?
I agree with the principle.
The practice is the...
Yes, I agree with the principle, but I don't agree with the methodology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Local Government.
It's really unfortunate if that is true what he has said, that is what the Honorable Justin did. I wasn't there. She was in Budaka with the IGG. So I don't know what transpired. We normally hand over to the people to manage the arrest, because me, I'm not an arresting officer, but I can ask them, what do you think? Don't you think this is your case to manage? But it depends. Was a doctor found with money? Was a doctor found getting a bribe? If there was no bribe and it was a hearsay, I can't allege that the man is corrupt or should be humiliated. We are really sorry to the doctor and the people of Budaka for such incidences. However, in some places where you have seen those arrests conducted, those are confirmed cases. In Maracha, where a health center fund of one sub-county where the member of parliament comes from was, a health center wasn't put, but the health center was upgraded to health center 3 status, with one shed, without a toilet, without a store where to keep the drugs, with just one bed for any patient, and they put a signpost, health center 3, but 650 million was released by the Minister of Health to be spent. So when I reached there, I asked DHO, who was in charge of this procurement. He said, that is DHO. So he said, now you DHO, I think now you need to be managed. And he was taken. So I mean, that one, do we need further investigation? So they said, you take and manage. Then, in some scenario, you find workers like a road contractor, fully just telling you this is a pit latrine, when the pit latrine has no hole, it has no pit. So such a person, you want him to be given flowers. That person doesn't deserve flowers, but he deserves to be managed by those people. So the anger amongst Ugandans, actually Ugandans in his place, in a honorable...
Information.
Okay.
Information.
Honorable Marshal, you don't access a microphone without...
Now, Right Honorable Speaker, in Honorable Marshal's place, we gave them 900 million to make 1 kilometer of road in Panyamul. So last week, the president said I should go to Papakwach. When I reached there, I went to Panyamul. I found the road, they had only done 10 meters, and on account, the man said, money. I asked how much? We have 12 million. Town clerk, where is the money? Say, Honorable, we have 12 million. Where the material? Material is there, but there is no material. So should such a man be given flowers? So that one is also managed. So I know Honorable Muiru, being a good lawyer, he will say this is wrong. But Honorable Muiru, wait when it comes to your constituency. When they eat a CD school, that is how you will appreciate that some people need not to be handled with patience and politeness. They annoy. That sends a message to all the corrupt. Don't do corruption, but we shall do things within the law. We shall do things within the law, and it is proper to give someone a fair hearing and a fair handover. I don't touch, I don't hold, I don't have a sale in my car, neither does she. But I will talk to Honorable Namere to make an apology to Honorable Wakida and his subjects and the people of Budaka. They deserve proper apology. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, so when the member submitted this matter, I passed it on to the concerned minister, Honorable Namere, and I even gave her a call. She was supposed to come, but I think she must have been held up, because usually I don't want ministers to be ambushed, especially on such matters. So yes, so I hope. The only thing she told me, I remember, was Honorable Wakida is not from Budaka. Okay? And number two, no, that's what I was told. Number two, she went there on assignment to go and handle that matter. So that's what he told me. But I hope we'll get time. But Honorable Baram, you know, you have a lot of goodwill here. So my proposal would be maybe you update this house on what you've done. Even you never know on the methods where people are even feeling some discomfort. If you explain to them here, you'll find everyone is having a buy-in. Otherwise, me, I support you 100%, and that's why when you are coming to my constituency, I even went to welcome you, you know, and you helped me discover what I didn't know, some of the things that came out. Okay, so I know your name was mentioned, so you can, as rope, you can just have a minute, but I hope it's not a rebuttal.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, my good friend, Honorable Minister, mentioned my name, but my concern is the constitutional amendment he has just made on the presumption of guilt on the floor of Parliament. So I'm only wondering whether we should expunge, because this is a house of record, and under our Constitution, Article 28 presumes innocence of an accused person until someone pleads or he has been proved guilty. So I would seek your indulgence on whether that amendment should be expunged from the record.
No, but I don't think he said one is guilty. He says he hands you over. Okay? He hands you over to be managed. He can't give you flowers and he hands you over. So that's the formal process. You know, that's all. Procedure, Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I'm the Vice Chairperson for Committee of Local Government and Public Service. This letter, I think you sent a copy to us, and we are sitting tomorrow. Would it be procedural right for us to first sit, iron it out with the ministers, and then it comes to the floor of Parliament? Thank you.
No, I wouldn't want it to look like it's a fight or contest between Dr. Wakida and the Honorable Minister. In doing our work, each one of us, we usually meet all these occupational hazards. So what is important is how do we go about them? Okay? How do we appreciate them? Do we see them as opportunities for improvement, or we think it's someone is trying to interfere with my work? Okay? So, but let the committee interest itself, not by summoning. Now, don't want to hear you're summoning so and so, it becomes an investigation, you want to come and report. No. But the usual updates, if you feel that this is one of, but in general, not a specific incident. Okay? Honourable Minister, you wanted to say something? No, colleagues, time is up, and I can say time is not.
Right Honourable Speaker,
yeah.
I just need to inform the whole House that today we had an interaction with the Park local government, which was full house, led by the chairperson, Honorable Betty Bachireke Namboza, and I think they will update the House with whatever we have discussed. However, we have another interaction with another committee tomorrow. But the matters at hand are simple, honorable colleagues. We are trying to unblock the veins of the tubes. Those of you who know a Marwa tube, once there is a stone and you pull, your jaw will hurt you. We have a system in place in local government, right from up to the bottom. But the system, in some instances, it has rotten, that we need to clean the wound. And it is painful because some of the people we are touching, they are campaign agents, campaign managers. Most of the people in Public Service Commission, District Service Commission, they are chairpersons of campaign agents of the former MP, former minister, current minister. So you're going to touch where it hurts. Others are husbands of members of parliament, girlfriends of members of parliament, but we should not, we should not discriminate. In places we have worked.
We have a point of procedure.
We should not discriminate. In places we have in places we have worked. Give me
We
a
have a
minute.
point of procedure, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Just my point of procedure is to the Honorable Minister. In the Speaker's communication, we were told that no committee works, no committee meetings shall take place when Parliament is in session. Therefore, is it procedurally right for you, Honorable Minister, and the Chair of Local Government Park to have meetings when we are having session? Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, today there is special permission because you remember we're on matters of electricity. So we said since we are on a very specific matter where we are not going to make a resolution, but where members are going to be voicing feedback from their constituents, then we can allow committees to sit that time. But if there is any other committee sitting now, okay, or when there is plenary constituents, then we can allow committees to sit that time. But if there is any other committee sitting now, okay, or when there is plenary, that wouldn't be right. I thank you for raising that. Yeah. I thank you for raising that. Yeah. Honorable, I'm not holding the floor. Rules don't allow me.
Right Honorable Speaker, just to let you know, the same member who's complaining that why did the committee go on, though it was with your permission, he was among the members in the same committee. He sat next to me. He attended. Anyway.
Procedure, Honorable Javira, but let's conclude this, Honorable colleague. It has become a debate now.
Yeah, no, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have...
Honorable Javira, but let's conclude this, Honorable colleague. It has become a debate now.
Yeah, no, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have just guided that the Honorable Minister and his colleague, the Minister of State, come back with a report. But the Honorable Minister is telling us that the committee will come back with a report. We don't know whom you have instructed to come back with a report.
Now, Park local government, their work is limited to matters raised by the Auditor General in the Auditor General's report. So they cannot be handling these issues because the Auditor General has not yet touched on them, even if he wanted to introduce himself, to interest himself in the same. So, Honourable Minister, I wanted, it was in my opinion, because I'm not instructing him to do it, but I was giving him my opinion that it would be better for him to come and update us and for purposes of mobilizing all of us to understand what he's doing, where he's going next, what he has discovered, so that we all be alert. And what I saw, if colleagues, we could do barazas in our own constituencies, the way Honorable Baram did them, and the technical people come, you know, it would do extremely well. It would do extremely well. So that's why I was telling him that it would be good for him to bring us on board, and we see whether we can even replicate what he's doing, after, because he will not be going everywhere all the time. So now, Minister, we can conclude. Do you think you'll be able to come and update us?
Right Honorable Speaker, I will avail a report on Tuesday. If you give me a slot, I'll make a presentation of my report to the whole House.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Ekolo Alex.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is again Ekolo Alex Irukan, Member of Parliament, Bunia County East. Honorable Speaker, I rise on the matter of national importance to draw the attention of this House to the suffering of the people of Wago village in Waya Sub-County, that is Nimayuke, whose lives were shattered with heavy rains and violent storms that destroyed houses and crops. The disaster has left the families in utter distress. Their homes are damaged, their gardens were ruined, and their source of food and income was swept away in a matter of hours. These are not just statistics. We are talking about mothers, fathers, children, and elderly people who are now facing hunger, homelessness, and uncertainty. The destruction of crops means that even the coming season will remain difficult unless urgent intervention is provided. When families lose both shelter and food, the impact goes beyond the present moment. It affects health, school attendance, dignity, and survival. If no immediate action is taken, the situation may deepen into a humanitarian crisis for those families and a wider community. I therefore request the government, through the relevant Ministry of Disaster and the response structures, to urgently assess the damage in Bubago village and provide relief to support the affected families. They need food.
And I think it has been picked. Okay? So, Right Honorable.
I thank Honorable Koru Alex for raising this important issue. I suspect most probably it has already been brought to the attention of the office of the Prime Minister. But I suggest, for avoidance of any doubt, that in the next 10 minutes, my brother and I should withdraw with your permission so that we quickly check with the office of the Prime Minister to ensure that appropriate action will be taken. I thank you.
Right Honorable, we need you here. Maybe I would propose at the end of the session, the Honorable colleague can cross-check with you. Yeah. But the procedure, colleagues, like I guided you, is the district disaster committee. Whenever you have a disaster in your constituency, just link up with the CAO so that the district disaster committee can visit, make an assessment, and submit a report to the office of the Prime Minister. Raising it on the floor is not enough. Okay? The office of the Prime Minister will work on advice of the technical people in the district. If the disaster is so wide, the Prime Minister always sends a team ahead to cross-check. Now, Honorable Court Boniface, I have very many questions to do with human-wildlife conflict. I don't know your committee, how far you've reached, whether MPs presented, because they all look the same.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Last week from Wednesday and Thursday, as you recall, we had invited all members of parliament coming from constituencies that are faced with the human-wildlife conflict. And I'm pleased to inform you that we received more than 20 members of parliament as witnesses to, with our committee. And now the committee, starting 28th to 31st, will be moving to the field in specific areas, hotspots that we identified during our conversation with members of parliament. And we'll eventually have a meeting with the UWA and the ministry and reports that we identified during our conversation with members of parliament. And we'll eventually have a meeting with the UWA and the ministry and report to the House. So the process is on course.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, you've heard, because I have around 4 questions, 4 issues around that.
Maybe Right Honorable, in addition, we also requested members of parliament who could not physically come to our committee to write memos to our committee. We have also been able to receive a significant number. And through you, I'll appeal to honorable colleagues who are not able to come to our. We have also been able to receive a significant number. And through you, I'll appeal to honorable colleagues who are not able to come to our committee that the doors for receiving memos or your concerns regarding human-wildlife conflict is still open. You can share with our committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mugenyi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to talk about issues of national importance, but issues which are affecting. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to talk about issues of national importance, but issues which are affecting our people. Right Honorable Speaker, on Saturday, early morning, the people of Toro got a shock of their life, of our life, where we lost a very prominent young man of 47 years in the names of Kenneth Kaijuka, with a driver, and he had 4 children in an accident along Momende-Metiada Road. Right Honorable Speaker, this road has been a menace to our people. He's not the first to die. We had lost others, very prominent people like Agnes Katama, same spot, and Father Albert, same spot. And Right Honorable Speaker, that road, Katama, same spot, and Father Albert, same spot. And Right Honorable Speaker, that road has been in that state for long. We have been talking about it. The Minister of Works comes and tells us, goes there and threatens the people, but nothing's done. Nowadays, traveling to Fort Portal, Right Honorable Speaker, is a menace. And we're opting even to use helicopters so that we go to Kasesa. Yes, some of us are all the buckets are starting to ache. So Right Honorable Speaker, I was praying that the Minister of Works, this time, let them wake up. If the contractor is not willing to do, this road has been in contract for the last 10 years, if I can remember, and nothing is going on. So I would request that in the interest of the people of Toro, and as you heard yesterday, you attended the funeral service, Right Honorable Speaker, the plans are very high to do other things which we don't want to mention here on the floor of Parliament. And it will be absurd to see members of Parliament, the people of Toro who are staunch government supporter, to be on the road walking, demonstrating.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, yesterday I went to church at All Saints and for the funeral service of Mr. Kenneth Kaijuka, whom I personally knew, but also the family is very, very close to me. Dr. Chionga is a son to Mr. Chris Kaijuka. And, you know, that spot, the complaints I received, it has been basically swallowing people. It's not the first one. So the story was this trailer driver, he came on a high speed and he hit into that pothole and he started swinging either way, and the container fell on top of the car, crushed it completely. Mr. Kaijuka and the driver completely. The container fell on top of the car, crushed it completely. Mr. Kaijuka and the driver completely crushed. The 4 children who were in the back seat, they all survived, but were stuck in for 4 hours. For 4 hours, because the Good Samaritans, whenever they could try to cut the wreckage, then the container would press further. So until they managed to get a crane that pulled off the container and got out the children. One of the sons was in church. For those who might have followed me on X, you saw the young boy who was putting a rest on the coffin. That's one of the surviving children, but it was traumatizing receiving the stories of how many people have died on that spot. So when I came to know about it the previous night, I called the Ministry of Works and they gave me a brief on what is being done. I think now the progress, they are now seriously working, and they promised February 2027 the road should be done. That's Metiana Mubende, but also there is the stretch of Mubende Chenjojo, Mubende Chegegwa Chenjojo. Yes, but it's really bad. I drove there some time back. It's horrible. We have bad roads, but I would rather be on a maram than being on that road, because you have a very sharp pothole, and I don't know how people even are moving there at night. So, Right Honorable, I request that you help us follow up. I had to make very strong commitments on behalf of government. When you're outside there, people don't know issues of speaker or what. They are saying government. Tayebwa, you are here looking for votes. You are here. And I was with Mr. Kwiske Ijuka, him and Mr. William Biaranga. We are traversing that region with the Isingo and the Mugenyis. So I request that indeed, even you interest yourself in that area. And also, I promised the mourners that the Committee of Physical Infrastructure will visit that area to monitor physical infrastructure. Will visit that area to monitor the progress of the road and report back. So I need the Committee of Physical Infrastructure to go and visit that area, see the progress, interact with the minister, and report back. Honorable colleagues, when Honorable Baram was giving explanation, he explained and was giving justification, but there is where he said that some of them are girlfriends of MPs and all that. We might be having girlfriends, but don't expose them that way, Honorable. Okay? So, Honorable, we are uncomfortable having that on record. I don't know. And you're part of us. You might be reporting yourself, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, with that guidance, I request that part be removed, be expunged.
Yeah. Thank you. It's expunged. Clerk, please expunge that part. Yeah. Let's assume no MP has a girlfriend. Yes, as Baram has put it. Okay? Honorable Kasure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided in this House that when such matters of death are reported to this House, it's procedurally right for us to observe a moment of silence. So I don't know whether would it be procedurally okay for us to observe a moment of silence in respect and praying for the soul of the deceased, or the other people who passed on. I think. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, I totally agree with you. But I was still having another, because I had another one to do with the accidents, so I had wanted us to compile all of them, because Honorable Wanyanya Shafiga had brought an issue in my area.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Wanyanya Shafiga, the MP representing Bungoko North Constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to raise an issue regarding the state of Mbale Kokonje Road, particularly 3 points of Chidobo, Chidega, and Marigale Trading Center, where this road has really become a threat to the lives that are using it. Right Honorable Speaker, we've already lost lives in these spots. Just yesterday, we had a taxi that was carrying some people from a barrio, which had an accident, and we lost one person on spot. The other people are seriously injured, and they are in hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, This road has become a matter of life and death. And therefore, I urge the Minister of Works and Transport to undertake immediate emergency repairs, especially at the 3 spots. This road, Mr. Speaker, has been in the budget for so long. Even this time, the Minister of Works talked about it being in this budget, but they have not done anything on it. We are requesting that at least they can have the first-class Maram as we wait for the upgrade as we've been promised for this financial year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And on top of that, colleagues, you heard about the 2 UNBS journalists who died on the expressway. So yesterday I was telling the people at church that on top of the bad roads, we should also focus on reckless driving. Even where the roads are good, people are killing, are dying out of reckless driving. Okay. So, Right Honourable, do you want to make a comment? Because I don't see your minister here.
On behalf of Honourable Fred Byamukama, on the Minister of Works, I'm going to notify him about it because your demand of first-class Maram, we have a construction unit in Imbale, so they can avail a few Maram and we fix that as a problem. That's not tarmac. That can be fixed. So I will notify him and connect him to you so that that is sorted. Thank you.
Yeah. We need to pay respect to these people, to the decision. Honourable Wanyato? Honourable Wanyato wanted to add on something, then we pay respect.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Colleagues, we've lost a very important member of our community, but a legendary, Mr. Mukulu. So as we stand up to pay respect, can we include him? Mr. Mukulu. So as we stand up to pay respect, can we include him?
We did that at the start of the session at 10 a.m. Earlier today. Thank you. Colleagues, I request we observe a minute. We did that at the start of the session at 10 a.m. Earlier today. Thank you. Colleagues, I request we observe a minute of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
So now, colleagues, like I guided earlier on, matters of national importance, I'll be meeting with the Speaker, we discuss about it, we see how we can structure it, because this should be matters of urgency. Issues which happened yesterday, today, not issues which have been there for weeks, yeah? And then they are brought as matters of national importance. So I think those can always be brought under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure in order to be able to. I have very many here, but these are historical issues. They've been there, and you cannot have very urgent answers. So let's stop here for that. We go to the next item.
Item 5 on the other paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to express gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation Address to Parliament of Uganda on 4th June 2026. Debate continues.
Thank you. Now, the Chair is reminding me, the Chair Committee on Tourism and Trade, that with regard to item number 6, which was a resolution of Parliament urging government to revitalize Uganda's cotton and textile value chain. Yes, honourable colleagues, honourable colleague, when we say action taken report, it's for whichever agency has provided for under the motion. So the part that fell under the committee should report back within 2 months. Okay? Thank you. Now, colleagues, we are going on SONA debate, and I will request whoever would be okay, for the independents to give me your names, those who are here and want to debate SONA, because I don't want you to be swallowed up. I see most of you with the NRM, so sometimes I take you to be NRM, and yet you're independents, you end up swallowed. Oh, I see you with opposition. You get swallowed up by the opposition. Independents, you end up swallowed. Oh, I see you with opposition. You get swallowed up by the opposition. Okay, and then the ones of opposition also, I request the opposition chief whip, those who are here and want to submit on SONA and haven't submitted, because I have a record of those who have submitted. Only those who haven't submitted on SONA are going to be allowed to debate on SONA. And it is 3 minutes as usual. Now I can see all those whom I gave a chance to submit have left. Then they will come tomorrow and say, I need to speak, I need to speak. But you left me here. How do I give you a chance to speak when you left me here the other day? So I'll start with Honorable Avako Merisa, followed by Honorable Ekoro Alex, followed by Honorable Aisha Naburo, and Honorable Katoko Sylvia Damba.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. As a woman member of Parliament for Yumbe District, who represents a population where a majority of about 95% entirely depends on agriculture for their livelihood and sustainability, allow me to join the rest of my colleagues, honorable members, to convey my gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, who in his State of Nation address on 4th June 2026 emphasized on commercial agriculture and wealth creation, encouraging households to adopt commercial farming, increasing productivity through programs such as Paris Development Model, reducing poverty by improving household income. Right Honorable Speaker, government will therefore have to help the farmers avert the climate changes so that they can practice the commercial farming. We also urge your government to change so that they can practice the commercial farming. We also urge your government to continue fighting corruption as a key factor now, and renewing the government's commitment to combating corruption, hence effective implementation of government programs. Right Honorable Speaker, we also continue to have to warn the public officials against misuse of public resources, calling for stronger accountability and better public service delivery. With that, I thank His Excellency, and we are there ready to work as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Koro Alex. Honorable Mafabi Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, my name is Mafabi Ashanabulo, Woman Representative, Sironko District. I equally rise, members. My name is Mafabi Ashanabulo, Woman Representative, Sironko District. I equally rise to thank His Excellency for the State of the Nation address. It was both a report card of how well we are doing and a glimpse into the future. On the same note, I want to especially thank him for his communication regarding commercial farming. Honorable members of Parliament and Mr. Speaker, Sironko belongs to the Elgon region, and unfortunately, because of land fragmentation, Elgon cannot actually enjoy the benefits of commercial farming. I therefore stand to request the Ministry of Agriculture to help us and organize the smallholder farmers, who are 85% of the farming community, to organize them to in their the ecological zone, the agri-ecological zone, yes, the agri-ecological zone, so that they can be able to achieve commercial scale production, bearing in mind that the capacity of Elgon can actually feed the whole of Uganda, and we have 80% arable land, which has the capacity to feed the whole of Africa. I want to take this opportunity to request that they are segmented and also guided and given input so that we can be able to achieve commercial agriculture, commercial scale agriculture. On the same note, I want to inform the floor, the Parliament, that I'm preparing a motion to this effect, and I hope that the members receive it in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kisa Stephen. Then Honorable Katoko Slevia.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to support the motion and thank His Excellency the President for the concise and precise State of the Nation address. Right Honourable Speaker, in the State of the Nation address, the President emphasized mainly the universal education, primary, secondary, and particularly the human capital development at university education and skilling. Right Honourable Speaker, in my constituency and the district, most of the sub-counties have city schools, for which we are very grateful to this government. Recently, Right Honourable Speaker, the government of Uganda granted the Busoga region and the country at large the Busoga University. And Right Honourable Speaker, the government has invested money in renovating structures which was undertaken by UPDF, and these structures, Right Honourable Speaker, they have been handed over to the committee steering the said Busoga University. However, Right Honourable Speaker, after all that investment, the university has not been operationalized up to date. And the academic year has started. The university up to now has not made any admission. Right Honourable Speaker, now that the Minister for Education is here, I wanted to request through you, Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister to give us an update as to when, after government investing all that money, as to when this university is going to be operationalized. Because structures are there, a committee is there, but now the academic year has started right from August up to now, nothing is happening. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, it is on the matter of health, which was emphasized by His Excellency the President, and most of the sub-counties in my constituency and the district, they have health center 3s. But Right Honourable Speaker, we have almost a population of 350,000 people in that district. But up to date, we have not got the opportunity for this government to give us a district hospital in Luuka district. I think I want to implore the ministry that given that population, we sincerely need to have a district hospital, and we emphasize.
Thank you. I'll have Honorable Genesio.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for delivering State of the Nation address on 4th of June for outlining government's achievements and priorities. My name is Genasio Tumramye, MP Kashonji County. I also commend the government for the continued investment in infrastructure, education, health care, agriculture, and with wealth creation, all of which are vital for Uganda's socio-economic transformation. Honorable Speaker, while appreciating these achievements, I wish to highlight a number of pressing infrastructure challenges facing the people of Kashonji County in Chirwa District. Mr. Speaker, allow me to draw the attention of this August House and the government to the long-standing presidential pledge to tarmac Ruhumba Kashonji Kashwa 33-kilometer road. This road is a critical transport corridor that serves farmers, students, traders, health workers, and the general public. During the rainy season, this section of the road becomes very difficult for people to pass, and therefore it increases the cost of transportation to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore humbly appeal to the government of Uganda to prioritize the implementation of this presidential pledge by allocating adequate funding so that construction of this road, Ruhumba Kashonji Kashwa Junction, can commence. Its completion will stimulate trade, improve agricultural marketing, attract investment, and enhance service delivery. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Katoko Damba. Honorable Ajiro Maria Goretti. Yes, Honorable Ajiro.
Thank you so much, Right.
Yes, Honorable Ajiro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I rise to add my appreciation to the President of the Republic of Uganda for the State of the Nation address. I would like to address myself to some of the enablers to economic growth and socio-economic transformation. One of the things that I heard him talk about is the issue of roads, and I would like to appreciate government for the good state of our road network at the national level, border to border. This has been a great achievement. However, I want to look at the state of our road networks in the communities that we come from. The feeder roads in Kalaki, for example, are in dire need of improvement. These are roads that give our farmers access to markets, to hospitals, to schools, but they're in dire need of maintenance. Our local government at the district level has tried to open many roads to improve access in the communities. But after that opening, there's very little that they can do in terms of maintenance. When the funds from road fund are distributed in the sub-counties, you'll find that a sub-county receives about 7 to 8 million per annum. And that is, of course, not adequate to maintain those feeder roads. I have an example of a sub-county which has farmers of citrus. They grow citrus and they have markets as far as Kenya. But when those lorries come to pick the oranges, they cannot access the gardens of the farmers. Therefore, the farmer is now compelled to spend more money to access the lorries, and therefore diminishing their profit margins. So I really pray that adequate funding be given for road maintenance in the communities. Secondly, Kalaki, like most parts of Teso, grow a lot of oilseed crops. We are the big growers of granite, simsim, sunflower, soya, and these are very good in terms of socio-economic transformation of our people. I think now as leaders and as government, the onus is on us to attract investments in factories that do value addition so that the farmers can get better money for their crops and also employ more youth, therefore providing employment for youth, women and all. That is another way of increasing our income and then putting everybody in the...
Thank you. Rugorobi Wire, Margaret Naziwa. Margaret Naziwa. Rugorobi Wire, Barbara Noel. Okui Constantine. Point of order.
I go ahead. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for leading this August.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for leading this August House and for giving me the opportunity to speak about the State of Nation address. I want to thank the President for what he said concerning socio-economic transformation. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I was in Budaka recently during the visit, and I had to change my speech of what I found on ground. For example, government has invested in schools, for example, giving computers, but unfortunately, children don't have access to this. We saw situations where children were denied to sit for their mock exams because of illegal fees charged by the headmasters. I am not condemning what the minister did, but I want to request government to look at this situation. We saw instances of parish model where the beneficiaries were asked to pay a lot of money, and the main people, the people who are supposed to receive this money, are left out. Then on the issue of health, we saw situations where some health centers are opened after 11 o'clock. So when people get sick, they have no access to medical attention. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a big issue in Budaka, most especially concerning corruption, and I pray that the government works upon it, because the President talked about fighting corruption in this country. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. So, Okui Constantine.
Thank you so very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Followed by Kasigwa Gerard.
Okui Constantine, Kibale County in Palisa District. I rise in support of the motion under consideration. I listened to the President. He was indeed very clear. He underscored our cardinal objective as leaders, that of transforming our people, especially helping them move from subsistence to commercial farming, to the money economy. The President chose a language, and his body presentation left so many questions unanswered in my mind. When he talked of normal corruption, when he talked of normal politeness to non-performance, and when he talked of free riding, the question that dominated my mind was, who was the president referring to? And what was baffling me, the president was speaking to us members of parliament as if he meant we are the ones that are not doing our work. He has done his best over the years, but someone is failing him somewhere. I try to introspect. I try to do an inquiry. I looked at the technocrats. I looked at the ministries. And I looked at my constituency. I have 3 sub-counties. Of the 3 sub-counties, 2 of them do not have secondary schools. Now, whenever there is a campaign, we tell the constituents we are going, send us there such that we advocate for a school. I look at electricity coverage. Out of 46 trading centers I have in my constituency, there are only wires passing in 3 of the trading centers. When I look at primary schools, out of the 12 parishes,
Sorry, Honorable. It is 3 minutes each. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Kasigwa Gerard, then followed by Wekomba Sarah.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My name is Dr. Gerard Kasigwa. I represent the people of Kigorovia County. I rise to pay tribute and to thank the President for a comprehensive State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, in the State of the Nation address, the President demonstrated to us that it is possible for us leaders to mobilize our people to join modern agriculture practices, just like he did in the cattle corridor. The President further urged our people to join wealth creation, government wealth creation programs. And I can confirm that the people of Kigorovia are very enthusiastic about government wealth creation programs. For example, they want to plant coffee and cocoa, but they don't have seedlings. When you look at the western part of Kigorovia, that's where we have our landing sites. Those areas, that's where we have our landing sites. Those areas and the surrounding villages do not have access to safe water. Actually, the safe water, clean water coverage in Kigorovia is about 55%, which is less than the national average and less than the average for Hoima district. So some of our women have to trek very long distances to be able to fetch water. We have 7 sub-counties in Kigorovia, but we have only got 1 seed school. Yes, the government policy said each sub-county should have a seed secondary school. Some of our students wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and they have to trek over 10 kilometers to access the only seed secondary school in the area. We also have a big fishing community. Now the new fishing policies require fishermen to have up-to-date fishing gear, and most of them cannot afford. Now this is a very big problem because many of our youth have been rendered jobless. They cannot go fishing anymore. About 10 years ago, because...
Thank you. Honorable Megada has taken note I'm sure he will comment at the end of this. Honorable Wekomba Sarah, Honorable Rogose Sarah, Honorable Rokoru Stevenson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My maiden speech, and for the purpose of record, I'm Rokoru Stevenson Yoyo, Member of Parliament. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My maiden speech, and for the purpose of record, I'm Rokoru Stevenson Yoyo, Member of Parliament, Chekwi East Constituency, Nakapepri District. I really rise to appreciate the President for the clear exposition of Nakapepri District. I really rise to appreciate the President for the clear exposition of his speech during the State of the Nation address. I would like to thank the President so much on emphasis on human capital development. Recently, we had UPDF recruitment, and actually, on behalf of Nakapepri District, we had a number of UPDF were recruited into the forces. I thank the President for that so much. However, in the area of human capital development, there is a serious outcry of teaching graduates recruitment, especially for secondary schools. Currently, in May, there was a hard advert where they advertised for secondary teachers at the national level. About 120 Karamojongs applied for the interviews. Only 10 were shortlisted for aptitude test, and 0 went to the next level. At the same point, a majority of the students, the graduates who had gone for interviews were calling me asking for money, that unless you get about 7 million shillings is when you can be recruited to become a secondary teacher. And that's an outcry from the teaching graduates from Karamoja. On a similar note, there is a school in Nakapepri District called Murita Primary Secondary School, a city school. That school is under construction, but almost getting to completion. And last financial year, Education Service Commission recruited teachers, 28 teachers for the school. And currently, as we talk, the teachers are in the payroll, but the school is not functioning. We have about 4 teachers, the head teacher, the deputy, and the other 2 crisscrossing around the school, but the other teachers are nowhere to be seen. This is a matter of corruption. The school is not functioning, teachers are recruited. So I also want to pray to the Minister of Education here that the recruitment issue of the teaching graduates for Karamoja, if it's hard to access a job from the central government through Education Service Commission, I would implore that maybe the decentralization policy of recruitment of secondary teachers be taken to local government, such that teachers can be recruited from their districts where they can have a competitive advantage to get the jobs. I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ongorok Richard.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, Richard Ongorok is my name, Member of Parliament representing the people of Wusuk County. I rise in support of the motion to thank and appreciate the President for his exposition on the State of the Nation address. The President took us through the roller coaster leadership journey that he has gone through right from the 60s. And he has told us how being a resilient leader, focused leader, a corruption-free leader has developed not only the Ankole sub-region, but also the country. Because he says from the ideas that he got through his education and interaction with the rest of some parts of the world, he was able to identify the need for the Ankole people, interaction with the rest of some parts of the world. He was able to identify the need for the Ankole people to embrace the idea of fencing their land in order to keep the cows. But also, he gave us statistics nationally. The statistics that he gave us about infant mortality rate, how the economy has grown, is a good thing to note. Now, for the people of Wusuk, there remain to be issues to tackle. One, Katakwi is a disaster-prone area. We are affected by both floods and drought. As we speak now, floods affected us from mid last year. Now, at the beginning of this year, it has been drought, and therefore we are affected. Productivity levels have gone down. The people are therefore asking for the following, that there be dams built to control the floods, and through those dams, the people will be able to have water for irrigation. The other is that the road network in Katakwi, especially Usuk County, be rehabilitated, because this road network links to the strategic security road that runs across from Magoro, Ngariam, Usuk, Kaplebyong, Abim, and goes up to Otuke. The roads like Okore Security Road, Palam Security Road, Ising, Adachar, Okuliak Security Road, Okoritok, Ongongoja, Kaiselem Security Road need to be.
Thank you. Wanyoto Godfrey, Nabadukanit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Wanyoto Godfrey, representing the people of Dudley West. Honorable Speaker, I'm standing here to support the motion on the President's State of Nation Address. Right Honorable Speaker, we have enablers for development, and one of it is electricity. Right Honorable Speaker, this morning we had a lengthy discussion on electricity, but mine is a bit unique. I have a line in my constituency running from Bugusege Trading Center through Nalusala sub-county and the Lulena sub-county to Silonko district, which has wires on, it has transformers on, but not connected. You wonder whether the minister in charge of government stores, the transformers are there, but the power is not connected. How I wish these are connected such that, as you are aware, we grow a lot of coffee. Instead of using these manual pulping machines, we can go electric. Chair, a healthy mind is a mind which develops. We have a Center 3 health center in my constituency, where the doctor in charge, second in charge, and then third are earning salary of a diploma holder. In charge, second in charge, and then third are earning salary of a diploma holder. These were diploma holders and upgraded. Here, when you upgrade, you expect salary enhancement. How I wish as an upgraded. Here, when you upgrade, you expect salary enhancement. How I wish when you are still a banker bencher like us and you are promoted and you are earning the salary of an ordinary MP. So you cannot push such people who are now qualified doctors, but they are earning the salary of the same health center 3, Mr. Speaker, Buwasa, called Buwasa. They have a scan for expectant salary of the same health center 3, Mr. Speaker, Buwasa, called Buwasa. They have a scan for expectant mothers, but they don't have a technician who works on that scan. Now, people get tempted to collect something small in the guidance, of this guise of giving the person who is handling the scanner. My prayer, therefore, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, is that let that line be connected to the grid. And two, we keep on crying when you talk of why can't doctors be paid the substantial amount of another doctor. Say wage bill, here in out, wage bill. For the last 5 years.
Thank you. Nabadukane.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Nabaduka Anet, woman member of Parliament, Chivale District, but a civil engineer. I would like to thank the President for the State of Nation address and all people who have served this government of Uganda up to date. Me and my junior who have come to serve right now. Me thanking you all who have managed to serve, I have a concern. Me coming from Chivale, I've been wanting to ask this question that I'm bringing on, that coming from Chivale, I've been wanting to ask this question that I'm bringing on, that why does government do its best but performs less? Do its best but performs less. Like for my district, you may find maybe it is the worst district in Uganda in service delivery. But my question comes here. We had a chance that Parliament started from Greater Chivale. This weekend, the entire Parliament was in Kivale, Greater Kivale, were hosted by Prime Minister. But we had all leaders of the 3 districts where they were saying, why are they not performing? Why aren't the roads worked on? Agriculture money, school funds. They were saying that money that is budgeted for comes late to the account. Even in the process of getting the money from the account to put it to use, it is also, the process is long or big. I was like, now what does the money from the account to put it to use, it is also, the process is long or big. I was like, now what do we need to do as us members of Parliament to ensure that the works are done? Because I squeezed my district people, my senior extension workers, they were telling me money was taken back to consolidated fund because it came late and they could not use it in time, and it was taken back. I was taken back to consolidated fund because it came late and they could not use it in time, and it was taken back. I was like, now you have a look. When it comes to school fund, we were supposed to have 2 seed schools. The money came due to corruption and land wrangles and the land titles. We are waiting for land schematic demarcation to allocate us land titles to be able to have seed schools. We were not able to have. And the money was taken back to consolidated fund. And for us, Chivale, we are there crying, when will we ever be served by this government the way we are entitled to be served? When the money comes late and the titles are supposed to still come from the government, and we'll be able to have those secondary schools in our place. For the case of these leaders, when we interacted with them, when the Parliament came last weekend, they said we need to request the government when we budget and we pass the...
Thank you. Honorable Mutebi Bernard, followed by Ochano Patrick.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Mutebi Bernard Mugoya, a member of Parliament representing the people of Lamoji County, Kaliro District. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the President for the State of the Nation address, basically on health care. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Lamoji County and the entire people of Kaliro District to call for the urgent establishment of the District Referral Hospital. Right Honourable Speaker, the fact is that the absence of the District Referral Hospital in Kaliro has become a matter of life and death. Umanya Health Center 4, the highest health facility we have in Kaliro District, is overwhelmed by the growing number of people, patients, and it lacks the capacity to adequately handle emergencies, and specialized cases. Madam Speaker, I recall it very well. It was last month when this Parliament paid tribute to the late Honorable Moses Ali, may he so rest in peace. Kalido District lost the Vice Chairperson, Local Council 5. And on a sad note, he is not the only one, but many of our people continue to lose their Local Council 5. And on a sad note, he is not the only one, but many of our people continue to lose their lives because they cannot access timely and specialized medical care. Patients are referred to Iganga, Mbale, Jinja, Palisa, and yet these facilities are too far from Kalido. Right, Honourable Speaker, the road alone from Kalido to Palisa is in a very bad state. The road is narrow, full of potholes, of which it can cause a very dangerous delay during medical emergencies, Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, I am aware that the engineering design for the upgrading of Kalido-Palisa Road has already been completed and submitted it to the Ministry of Works and Transport. Therefore, I appeal to the government to provide funds so that the construction can commence without any further delay. Right, Honourable Speaker, as I conclude.
Thank you, Honourable. Ochan Patrick.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I join colleagues to submit on the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, the President centered his communication on economic transformation, citing infrastructure development, wealth creation, oil optimism, and industrialization. Mr. Speaker, I agree to the majority content of the President's speech because of its positive economic outlook, on one hand. While on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, I find them insufficient to deliver the much anticipated economic transformation. I am pleased with the aspect of macroeconomic stability, Mr. Speaker, where we have been promised low and stable inflation, relatively strong GDP, which of late has also been validated by the International Monetary Fund. Mr. Speaker, there we are guaranteed of stable household purchasing power. We have been guaranteed of a market that attracts both domestic and foreign investors. Mr. Speaker, I am also pleased with the aspect of wealth creation through PDM and industrialization, where we are promised increased income at the household level, reduction of poverty in the future through PDM, and improved trade competitiveness through value addition and some job opportunities within the manufacturing sector. However, Mr. Speaker, I find that insufficient in contexts due to inadequate input on critical aspects of the economy that determine growth. One, Mr. Speaker, lack of focus on youth unemployment. While the President's speech emphasized wealth creation, limited attention relatively was put on youth unemployment and underemployment. Uganda being a country with the youngest population in the region, Mr. Speaker, I expected the statement to have captured concrete proposals on youth unemployment, creating labor-intensive industries, and expansion of jobs in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. So my argument here, Mr. Speaker, number two, on public debt. Mr. Speaker, Uganda is one of the countries with ever increasing debt stock. Relatively little attention, much as the President emphasized growth opportunities, limited attention was put on public debt sustainability, future debt servicing obligation, and physical trade-offs associated with the huge infrastructure spending. My argument here is that, Mr. Speaker, for a carefully planned economy, huge or sustained infrastructure spending should be balanced with a very careful debt management plan. That was lacking in the speech. Mr. Speaker, number three, on private sector. The President encouraged private sector investment without providing incentives for private sector development. Mr. Speaker, there are structural constraints affecting the sector, such as lack of electricity in parts of the country, increased cost of borrowing, lack of access.
Thank you. Jarameso Fred Amanio Dravia.
Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Jalameso Fred is my name. I rise to appreciate the President on the State of the Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, the President categorically made it clear the money economy aspect, infrastructure being a panacea of development, tourism being a flagship for Uganda's economic transformation, and agriculture development. Right Honorable Speaker, in regards to the people of Ajuri County, the people of Ajuri are saying the President's State of the Nation address falls short of their expectation. In the lines of agriculture, they are saying the people of Ajuri are being exploited twice when it comes to farming. Farmers are paying high in terms of inputs. A case in point is sunflower seed, Right Honorable Speaker. They are buying at 75,000 per kilogram, and at harvest, they are selling at 1,000 shillings per kilogram. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Ajuri are calling this legalized poverty. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of power, we have 3 sub-counties that do not have access to electricity. It is no longer a luxury, but it is a springboard on which development can be entrenched. We are therefore calling upon the government to ensure that electricity reaches the 3 sub-counties, Adoir, Angeta, and Amogo sub-county. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of tourism, the people of Ajuri are saying Akibwa was the first Ugandan to win Olympic medal. Right Honorable Speaker, they are saying we need Akibwa marathon. Renzol marathon has come and we are appreciating. Now we need Akibwa marathon. Being the first Ugandan to win Olympic, we need Akibwa Olympic marathon. Right Honorable Speaker, this is going to push for Ugandans, especially in Ajuri, to move to the money economy. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, in reference to AFCON, the people of Ajuri together with Lango Sub-Region are unanimously demanding that the access roads to Akibwa Stadium, a flagship infrastructure, an infrastructure which is called
Thank you, Honorable Jalameso. Honorable Manio, followed by Honorable Max Ochai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And this is my maiden speech. Yes, I've spoken before, but this is my maiden speech. On other matters, but on SONA, this is my maiden. My name is Amanio Sheila Dravile, Woman Member of Parliament from Mukono District. OWOPA Treasurer, Shadow Minister, ICT and Anti-Corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand firmly to associate myself with the uncompromising response delivered by our Leader of Opposition. And this is because listening to the State of Nation address, it felt like response delivered by our Leader of Opposition. And this is because listening to the State of Nation address, it felt like a country different from the one we live in, specifically for my people of Mukono District. Right Honorable Speaker, Mukono District serves as one of Uganda's primary industrial engines. However, it has an issue of the youth being paid basic money, 5,000 shillings a day. An issue of the youth being paid basic money, 5,000 shillings a day. And these are in the industrial areas of Nama, Mbalala, Namamve, in all those industrial parks. Youth are complaining of this pay. So I'm requesting, Right Honorable Speaker, that we maybe look into the issue of the minimum wage bill to be able to... I'm requesting, Right Honorable Speaker, that we maybe look into the issue of the minimum wage bill to be able to address this issue of the youth. Right Honourable Speaker, another issue that I felt was not addressed in the State of Nation address is the issue of the health facility crisis in my district, and this is a district that hosts the Speaker of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, we call for an expansion for this facility, and we pray that it can be upgraded to a regional referral hospital. This hospital so far now handles over 500 outpatients, and it's operating on a budget of around 722 million. Right Honourable Speaker, we pray that it can be funded to be able to cope with the population, the rising population in Mukono district, and can also be able to handle our fellow leaders that, you know, are traversing from district, traversing from district to district. We lost a member from Kayunga because they couldn't come to our hospital. They rushed him to Nakasero, and, you know, eventually we lost him. Right Honourable Speaker, the other issue is the severe public education infrastructure and sanitation crisis in Mukono district. There is a gap of 374 classrooms and a deficit of 930 teacher accommodation quotas. Right Honourable Speaker, there is also a crisis of sanitation shortfall of 937 toilet and 30 teacher accommodation quotas. Right Honourable Speaker, there is also a crisis of sanitation shortfall of 937 toilets and latrines for learners. Right Honourable Speaker, for learners. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Uchai Max.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and honourable colleagues, this is my maiden speech. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion on basically 3 grounds. The loud call the President made to us. 2, on the economic transformation agenda that he outlined for the executive to pick up. And then 3rd, the detailed legislative agenda that he handed over to us as Parliament. With respect to the call, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, His Excellency the President, just like John the Baptist did in the Bible, sounded a call to all of us not to sleep, to increase our productivity and increase production, to enable us, to enable Uganda lift from the level of lower income economic status to the higher middle income class. And that is for all of us. And then he called upon us leaders to ensure that there is no corruption. That a few hours ago, our Honourable Minister was here talking about fighting corruption. And that is the line we should all toe. He called upon even the technocrats to ensure that we deliver what can help us boost our productivity and increase our production. On the economic transformation agenda, he mirrored it to the NRM election manifesto 2026-2031. And in that, he outlined the key priority sectors that once targeted, focused on, we can then achieve the desired targets he set for us. That is the 6.4% GDP growth in the short run, and then the 10% GDP growth, at least over the medium term. And all those require that we focus on those critical factors of production needed to enhance production. People from Bukedi sub-region and in West Budama North constituency in particular are crying out for one thing, electricity. On Sunday I was in my constituency and I went to Nagongara sub-county, where the substation, the power substation, is located just at the center of the constituency. But lo and behold, the sub-county headquarters just about, But lo and behold, the sub-county headquarters just about 30 meters away is without electricity. The police post, which is about 20 meters away, is without electricity. The rural growth away is without electricity. The police post, which is about 20 meters away, is without electricity. The rural growth center of Nagonkara, which is just about 20 meters away, is without electricity.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Achora Catherine, followed by Honorable Kahima Moses.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Achola Catherine is my name, woman name Palisa. I rise to support the motion of the President on the State of the Nation address. I particularly want to speak about Palisa Hospital. We all know that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Palisa Hospital was built in 1966 to support a population of 65,000. Today it supports a population of 334,000. Today it supports a population of 334,000, let alone other neighboring 6 districts of Kaliro, Kibuku, Budaka, Butevo, Ngora, and Butaleja. I therefore request that this hospital, because of its strategic location and the good road network, the connectivity, be upgraded to a regional referral hospital to serve all those other districts. The other matter is about the bridge referral hospital to serve all those other districts. The other matter is about the bridge called Otut Bridge in one of the sub-counties, Kaukura sub-county. This bridge collapsed in 2016, and appeals have been made to the Ministry of Works and Transport for all this while. The State Minister then came in 2024, plus a team from World Bank, and promised the community for all this while. The State Minister then came in 2024, plus a team from World Bank, and promised the community that they would build us a steel bridge. The community was excited. The community was excited. And we are still waiting for the steel bridge. It has not come up to date. And that bridge connects Palisa to Ngora through Aleles, Palisa to Kaliro through Gogonyo. So I really request the Minister of Works and Transport to expedite the reconstruction of this bridge and let the people of Palisa know whether or not that bridge will be worked on. The other is about the biggest government school we have, Palisa SS. The other is about the biggest government school we have, Palisa SS. It has a population of 2,994 students, but only 47 teachers on payroll. And let alone that, the understaffing, we also we have a problem with the classrooms. We have a classroom block, 3 classroom blocks that need to be roofed. We need to be helped to have this classroom roof so that our students study well. Right now, one class studies under tent, and when it rains, it means there are no classes. So to have this school support the academic development in Palisa, I really request the Honorable Minister of Education support the academic development in Palisa. I really request the Honorable Minister of Education to assure us.
Thank you, Honorable Kahima, followed by Honorable Ariela Dennis Omodi and Honorable Park Peter Apex.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kahima Moses Mugabe. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kahima Moses Mugabe. I represent Rohama East constituency in Ntungamo district. I rise to support the motion about the State of Nation address by the President. And in his State of Nation address, the President emphasized about the enablers of wealth creation. The President emphasized about the enablers of wealth creation. And the keynote was on infrastructure development. And I want to appreciate government efforts on road constructions. But Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the ministers that in their efforts to construct roads or rehabilitate roads in our constituencies, there is a tendency that they don't notify area members of parliament, and by coincidence, I am the chairman of the roads committee in Ntungamo district. They equally don't notify the district authorities. Last Thursday, I was in the constituency. A road is being constructed in my constituency from Chitwe, Turgoho, to Bugamba, up to Nyihanga. I met ministry officials inspecting the road at night. And I had to block them to account for their activities, for their action, and for their work that was being done on that particular road. I remember one time, Mr. Speaker, you said it here on the floor of Parliament. You said it here on the floor of Parliament that ministers should always inform members of Parliament for any activity that is being done should always inform members of Parliament for any activity that is being done in our respective constituencies. To me, much as the government is trying to do its part, but central government officials are really crippling the government, are crippling the efforts to fight.
Thank you. But Honorable, avoid trying to block people. Don't. You will find yourself in unnecessary fights. I think you should take note and then you inform the right people. Yes. I know Honorable Kaima, we've been together since in 2006 when they wanted to rig my vote, he came in fight for me as a youth MP. So you can't take him right. But now we've grown old, less about yeah, Honorable Ariera Dennis Modi. Dennis Modi. Honorable Park Peter. Next. Honorable Okeyo Peter. Honorable Bagore. Honorable Okeyo Peter. Honorable Bagore Ngobi, followed by Honorable Mpata Sara. Colleagues, I had to read this list because the government chief whip, once she gives me her list, I have to show that I've done my part so that the MPs don't blame her.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. For the record, Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is John Bagole Ngobi. I represent Luka County North. Mr. Speaker, I have a challenge with the drafters of the motion on the floor. The motion says expressing gratitude, but I wonder how I can express gratitude when I'm not happy. This is my 11th time to listen to the President's State of the Nation address, but it's always good and very good when he's presenting it. But after a short while, his aspirations are always eaten up by the corruption in this country. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I can express gratitude when most of my challenges were not talked about in the State of the Nation address. For instance, Luka district has been in existence for the last 17 years. But the government policy says that when a county becomes a district, the health center is supposed to be elevated to a district hospital. But for the last district, the health center is supposed to be elevated to a district hospital. But for the last so many years, we have been grappling with the issue of the district hospital, because by the time Luka became a district, we had a population of less than 300,000 people. But as I speak now, I think the population is almost approaching 200,000. Mr. Speaker, there is another strategic issue which I think this country should have thought of a long time ago, to lessen on the volume of traffic on the Jinja-Malaba highway. Mr. Speaker, I presume that if the stretch from Kamuli via Luka to Kaliro to Palisa was worked on, as the President had promised before, via Luka to Kaliro to Palisa was worked on, as the President had promised before, the amount of time which is spent by somebody who travels from Kampala via Mukono to Jinja to Iganga would be lessened, I think, by 6 hours. Mr. Speaker, sir, the time to Iganga would be lessened, I think, by 6 hours. Mr. Speaker, sir, the time you take to fly from
No, I have an interest in that part because I usually go that side. You seem to be giving us a shortcut from Entebbe to London.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to compare that the time you take to fly from Entebbe to London is the same time somebody takes to drive from Kampala to Jinja. But if the other stretch I was talking about is worked on, the stretch from Kamuli via Luka to Kaliro to Palisa. Mr. Speaker, the travelers who are traveling to the Far East, that is Mbale, Soroti, Karamoja, Lira, where the chief whip comes from.
Where would we connect from?
We are supposed to connect via Gayaza Road to Kayunga, to Honorable Kadaga's home via Kamuli, then we fire to Palisa. So I want to call upon this House that in case I came up with a motion that the House should consider that to be a very serious issue for this country, I want to call upon members to support me, because that road is a very important road. It even takes Honorable Wanyoto to her home when she's going to Mbale. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mpata Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm not Mpata Sarah. Nsara ladies. My name is Mpata Saleh.
Sorry.
I
don't know why they wrote it as...
Saleh, S-A-L-E-H. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I represent the people of Bunia County South, Mayuge District. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion to express gratitude to His Excellency the President for his clear and precise exposition in the State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency the President for his industrious and steadfast leadership that has led to the transformation of this nation from the economic doldrums in 1986 when he came to now the most celebrated lower income status. And of course, leading the trajectory in making stride into the high middle income status. If you want to appreciate the president, you must look at the metrics, the economic metrics of this country, right from the time he came in to date. In 1986, if you may wish to know, the GDP stood at $3.9 billion US compared to today's GDP standing at around $67 billion US. Of course, not to mention that the economic growth then stood at dismally less than 1% to apparently today standing at around 6.3%. I think suffice to say, the president needs to be appreciated. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened and even read the President's State of the Nation address, and I was particularly captivated by his strategic agenda to deliver majority of Ugandans into the money economy, using what I may call his master stroke, the PDM. That is very important, Right Honorable Speaker, because for a country that must move forward, it must move forward economically. But
thank you. Honorable Chia Gabriel, followed by Honorable Judas Wanyama and Honorable Choni Julius.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Achia Lokiru Gabriel, Member of Parliament for GA County in Kotido District. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank His Excellency the President for the State of the Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, I particularly point out to the pillar of peace and security that the President has always talked about. During the State of the Nation address, he ably talked about the peace and security in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to report to the House that the people of GA and Karamoja as a whole have been beneficiaries of the security that government has provided to the people. I know all of us are here are aware that some time back Karamoja was riddled by cattle rustling and thuggery. But thank God that government ably put in resources during the disarmament program to ensure that peace and security returns to Karamoja. As we all know, peace and security is a prerequisite to socio-economic transformation. Certainly, the people of Karamoja should be able to move on, to transform like the rest of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we have pockets of insecurity still in Karamoja. The conversation now is that how do we have sustainable peace in Karamoja? This engagement has been ongoing with the government. One of the key priority areas has been providing security roads. So far, government has started doing that, but it has not completed. We have areas that are hotspots that we really need security roads to make sure that we salvage the situation whenever it goes out of hand. One of the areas is we need a security road connecting Kotido, Kitgum, and Padel. We also need a security road that connects Abim, Napak, so that when there are issues around those areas, government should be able to quickly intervene. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Achia. Honorable Judas Wanyama, by Honorable Achon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Judas Wanyama, the Regional Youth Member of Parliament for Eastern Uganda. And I rise to support the motion of expressing gratitude to His Excellency and to add a youth perspective to the government policy. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a youth month, and across the country, the young people have been converging. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a youth month, and across the country, the young people have been converging. We've had sub-regional youth parliaments. We've had a national youth parliament in this house. And we are having various districts having youth days. We had a council sitting. And very many concerns were raised by the young people. And it's upon your guidance that I seek some of the resolutions be presented to this floor for debate. Among the raised concerns, there is an be presented to this floor for debate. Among the raised concerns, there is unemployment among the young people. And Right Honorable Speaker, it has created what we'd call a bootstrap paradox, a causal loop. Unemployment is causing poverty, and poverty is causing teenage pregnancies. And in Eastern Uganda, it is really serious. We have the youngest grandmother in this country from Bukedea. She's 23. Last week in Namayingo, we found out that there's another one who is 25. So we are having poverty leading to these teenage pregnancies. So you find a mother having a daughter, let's say at 15, and because of unemployment and poverty, this 15-year-old mother gets a daughter of 10 years who again gets pregnant. We have a 10-year-old who is pregnant in the district. It's on the same note that I implore this house. The young people are crying out loud as we wait for the skyrocketing projects for them that are going to move this country to the agenda, with the 2040 agenda. The young people are saying we can start with what's available. We already have tools in place, the PPDA reservations for the young people. We have the PDM places for the young people. And the young people are requesting the members of parliament to work with them to see that we implement this.
Thank you. Honorable, some of those issues are depressing. Pain for a grandmother in 20s. It's so painful. So, Honorable Wanyama, I would guide that. I opened the youth parliament. I came here, and I was with your Minister of State for Youth, Honorable Rakisa. So, the way their issues could find their way on the floor, and I promised that would give them a chance, would be through a petition. You can get their resolutions, they are reduced into a petition, and then the petition is presented on the floor, and it is debated, resolution is agreed upon, and we ask the minister to take action on this critical matter. So we'll always find a way of bringing those critical issues. Honorable Achon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for
For clarification, Right Honorable Speaker, I was also awarded a doctorate as being an Olympian for life. So in the Lango Parliamentary Group, we have about 4 doctors, Dr. Jane, Dr. Pio, Dr. Lakisha Shaw. I think next time we pick doctor, please don't forget me. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to add my voice on the State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, Otuke as a district we got health center for. And this health center for, as we are aware, he or she who is healthy can do anything. We see about 100 patients and we have only 1 doctor. I therefore appeal to the ministry to make sure they consider Otuke to add more doctors, which is very crucial and something that we need. Right Honorable Speaker, on the State of Nation address, as the President echoed on the call of social economic transformation of Uganda, the President also reaffirmed that the focus of the NRM in lifting all Ugandans out of poverty, whereby the challenge in Otuke, as we had a prolonged drought from April to July, which affected the life of the majority of people of Otuke, Right Honorable Speaker. I therefore appeal to the Ministry of Agriculture, I wish they are here, and Water. There are 2 dams which was dug in Otuke. They are 500 meters away from one another. Each was costed about 7 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, this dam is doing nothing at all. Therefore, I would appeal to the Ministry of Water to make sure, let us use this water for irrigation. Right Honorable Speaker, as the President also, he talked about having all the Ugandans to be uplifted in a job opportunity. Having all the Ugandans to be uplifted in a job opportunity. I therefore appeal to the government to make sure that in this climate change, let their government use all their means to install the irrigation in the major district. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Otim Bernard, Honorable Lole Mika.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Otim Bernard, Member of Parliament representing the people of Maruzi North County, found in Apache District. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand strongly and firmly to support the motion for a resolution of this Parliament to pay gratitude to the President for the State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to speak to an aspect that many may have not spoken. In 1997, the government of Uganda, under the wise guidance of His Excellency, the President, introduced universal primary education. At that time, I was a primary 5 pupil. That is one of the main achievements that we have had, and it's a reason for us to express gratitude. However, very rough statistics show that about 4,000 parishes in this country do not have a government primary school. And yet a government policy shows every parish should have a government primary school. Another rough statistic shows that about 1,700 parishes have community schools that have. Another rough statistic shows that about 1,700 parishes have community schools that have been built by the members of the public. These community schools have not been coded by the Ministry of Education and Sports, and yet government deploy teachers to these schools. Now, the parents are left with the burden of collecting money to run the school because the schools don't receive capitation grants. I'm glad Honorable Peter Gwang is here. This is a matter of human right, Right Honorable Speaker. Article 30 is clear. Every person has a right to education, not some people. Why should Ugandans be denied right to have education? And yet the government, the president brought this very good program. My call to the government, let us support the parents who sacrifice their money to build schools on behalf of government. Let these schools just be coded, and then we are sure the president's objective of universal primary education is going to be achieved. The other aspect, Right Honorable Speaker, in the State of Nation address was the aspect of peace and security. I proudly associate myself as having been a police officer. But we have a population of over 70,000 Ugandans whose rights to political representation has been abused for decades. We must give credit to the president that Uganda is the only parliament in Africa or in the world where members.
Thank you. Honorable Rore Mika, followed by Honorable Isamat Abraham.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mika Lole Makasile. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is my maiden speech. And I want to thank my brothers who survived in the Lino of January. And I welcome my new members to join the 12th Parliament, because where we came from, the 11th Parliament, and I look around, I really feel I'm a casualty, because the members that have been in this house are not there. So we must know where we are heading to, but I want to thank the survivors of the 11th Parliament coming to 12th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate, I want to thank my president. And you know the district I come from? It's the Florida of NRM. This is a district that put Karamoja map in every year of election. And when my people heard the president during the State of Nation address, when he mentioned Amudat going to be tarmacked, I think it was an entire celebration. And they thanked themselves for voting wisely during the January election. So my concern to my brothers who are on the technical team, you know what the president says during the State of Nation address, things must be implemented so that we get records at the end of the 5 years. So my technical brothers, the ministers, and I want to thank Chris Pass and my sister, the government chief whip. I know when now we talk about the tarmacking of Amudat, the president mentioned it, and that when you tarmac Amudat to the Kenya border, because Right Honorable Speaker, I border Kenya, as you know, Amudat is just a stone throw. Others may say maybe I have dual citizen, but that is the constitutional discussion. So what we need is, are our brothers from Lira, Soroti, able to go via Amudat? Because that's where we are focusing now on, other than getting traffic jam in Malaba, Luahaha. The shortest route will be in Amudat. So if we tarmac Amudat to Kenya border, because Ruto has made his part towards our border, so we need now to make our part, as the president mentioned in the State of Nation address, that Amudat need to be tarmacked. So that my sister, so we need now to make our part, as the president mentioned in the State of Nation address, that Amudat need to be tarmacked. So that my sisters from Soroti, Lera, Gulu will have.
Thank you, Isamat Abraham, followed by Adida Abdu, Tumasidi Anthony, and Lokor Albert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I'm Dr. Isamat Abraham, MP Kapiri County, Ngora District, Teso Sub-Region. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues to thank the President for the State of Nation address, but also, most importantly, to appreciate his effort in ensuring that the road network in the country improves. I would like to bear witness, in the past, many years ago, we used to travel from Teso to Kampala. It would even take maybe a day, threatening even 2 days. But these days, I can leave Kampala and drive for 4 hours. I will be in Ikumi, which was actually our mother district. That said, allow me raise this important issue that I encountered when I attended a burial about 2 weeks ago, where Kakise bus driver got involved in the accident and died. The issue that was hot in that burial was the issue of Kumi Ngora Kagwara Road. That particular road, the 11th Parliament approved a supplementary budget, and a contractor was identified, which I think is Arab Contractors. It is about 2 years now, but nothing has been done on that road. And the voters of Ngora district are asking what has happened, because a supplementary was approved, but no work has been done on the road. So I would like to request you, Honorable Speaker, through you, to the Minister of Works, could he come to this August House to make a statement on that particular road, because the money was approved. The other second issue that I would like to bring to the attention of this August House, as far as the staffing level of Ngora district is concerned. Ngora is one district that is disadvantaged. I want to give an example of the health sector, and in particular, the health department. I had an interaction with the district health officer. He informed me that they have a big...
Thank you. Honorable Adido Abdu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Adido Abdu. I represent people of Koli South in Namaingo district. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to join this house to commend the President for his great State of National address that encourages industrialization for job creation. Right Honorable Speaker, many years ago, the people of Namaingo have been waiting patiently for government to set up an industry in Namaingo. And on 30th September 2022, Shen Sugar Limited applied to set up a sugar mill in Chifuyo village in Namaingo district. Right Honorable Speaker, since then, the factory has faced prolonged regulatory delays and legal disputes regarding zoning rules and nuclear estate, and this has left it stagnant. Right Honorable Speaker, the above challenges has left more than 400 outgrowers, farmers stuck with mature canes, yet they acquired loans from different banks. Farmers stuck with mature canes, yet they acquired loans from different banks. Some injected in PDM money to pay rent on land, and more than 600 persons are now jobless. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer, let the government intervene to solve the prolonged regulatory delays to allow CN Sugar Factory. Let the government intervene to solve the prolonged regulatory delays to allow
CN Sugar Factory, Kickstart, and also secure market for our out-grower farmers who are now stuck with immature canes to enable them pay loans and also secure jobs for our people. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But Honourable, I remember I chaired that session and I spent 6 months mediating between the outgrowers and the mirrors, and the recommendation of the President. So, and that law is very robust, okay? The Sugar Act, the one we amended. And we had a meeting of MPs from Busoga, from Uganda, and from Bunyoro, and we came to a consensus. Number one, self-regulation. So now this is the Sugar Council. It's fellow players in the sector. And the Sugar Council is made up of equal numbers from the side of the outgrowers, from the side of manufacturers, and each sub-region of the sugar growing areas is represented. So it shouldn't be an issue that is still disturbing. I think create the member discuss with the Sugar Council. Number two, on the issue of the nucleus farm. The nucleus farm, in the law, you are required to have established at least a nucleus farm that can support a minimum of 50% of your crushing capacity within 2 years after establishing a factory. So a nucleus farm cannot apply before you establish a factory. After establishing, you're given 2 years to do that, to establish a farm that can support at least 50% of the crushing capacity. And this was out of people who were poaching, because you are from that region very well, where you get around 35 tons from an acre, Madvan gets 70 tons. Why? Because Madvan is able to come up with fertilizer, the improved seedlings and all that, which he was giving to farmers, and then those farmers now go and start selling sugarcane to another one who has not invested, and then he pulled back. Okay? So that was the major aim. So I don't want applicants for factories to come and hide behind Parliament when the procedure is now self-regulation as a sector. I'm sure Chairman of the committee, you're following up that issue. And also advise them to petition the minister if the council, because we gave the minister some powers, if the council is not being helpful. But we did a robust law, honorable colleagues. We really discussed this law extensively, consulted widely, and I believe it's the best law that we could have for the sugar industry. And I still have a very strong memory about it, because I know what it took to reach that consensus. Honorable Tumasi Antony, then followed by Honorable Ilko Emmanuel. Just wait. But I received here a note that is confusing me. Okay? I received Rokoro Albert, but I'm told Rokoro Albert, you've already submitted on SONA? No, Rokoro Albert, I knew he has not yet. Oh, so you just added on Ilko Emmanuel? These Karamoja people love each other. Thomas J. Anthony, and I finish the two colleagues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to enjoin my colleague members of Parliament to thank the President for his appreciation that the productive population must be a healthy population. There are many number of health facilities that have been constructed and others improved and others upgraded, especially during the tenure of our current Chief Whip when she was the Minister of Health. But I want also to emphasize that it is important that these health units need to be equipped, especially with medical equipment, with beds, with mattresses, and also, most importantly, the provision of not only professional medical workers, but also patriotic medical workers. Just about last week, but one, a certain lady called Eileen was transported to Kawianda Health Center 4, and when she reached there, the only medical worker in the Health Center 4 told her he was not only tired to work on her or care for her, but he was also tired to refer her to Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. That was on 4th, and it was a Tuesday. The lady did not have anything to do but to wait until when the medical worker came back on Thursday, 8th. She was referred. By the time she reached Mbarara, the baby boy in her was already dead. She was induced and she produced, I don't know whether you call it a dead body, but that is what happened. Stillbirth. Stillbirth. Okay. If that is the English. Now, from what has been happening in this country and what has been submitted in this parliament, including today, I want us to appreciate that it is not only medical facilities and non-presence of good health workers in hospitals that is killing our people. Our people, many people are as well dying on the road because of bad roads. So that must also be emphasized. On Saturday, last Saturday, today is Tuesday, I attended the funeral in my constituency of a very prominent businessman who died on a stretch between Mbarara and Mairo 4 in Mbarara Isinjiro Road.
Sorry, Honorable, on this it is 3 minutes. That's what we agreed upon as rules. Honorable Rokoro Albert, Honorable Ilko Emmanuel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For purpose of record, I'm called Lokoru Albert. In the Manyatas, Ekorita, I rise to support the motion on the State of Nation address by His Excellency the President on 3 to 4 pillars. Pillar 1, peace and security. Peace and security, as emphasized by the President, has seen Uganda transform. Secondly, improved network. Through the improved network, you realize Karamoja has seen 3 factories ever in the life of a Karamojong. It is through the affirmative action that His Excellency the President has given to Karamoja to see that Karamoja also matches with other parts of the country. The other one is on industrialization. It is true that the country is endowed, and most especially Karamoja, with a lot of minerals. Currently, if you are traveling to Karamoja, you will meet a number of lorries carrying nothing but minerals. The last one is his caution to the leadership of this country of Kisanja No Sleep, which is being championed now by the Ministry of Local Government. You have heard their testification of how some Ugandans are unfair to other poor Ugandans. You have heard this afternoon when they gave testimonies of roads, testimonies of construction, and I want to pray that we join hands and work together to root out corruption in this country, because it is the one which is making other regions underdeveloped. Imagine there are projects that are implemented in Kampala in the name of Karamoja, but they hardly reached Karamoja, but the money they get from government and the money they get from development partners is enormous. That's total corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ilko Emmanuel, followed by Honorable Babunji, then Honorable Komori Joseph. We are about to end the colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to commend the President and join my other honorable colleagues in thanking our visionary leader, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on the State of the Nation address. His Excellency has done enormous work in Karamoja. His Excellency has done enormous work in Karamoja from the time he started. He has done us good on roads, about 80% from the time he started. He has done us good on roads, about 80%. He has done us 95% on insecurity. So far the region is pacified. So, what is giving us the delay so far to join the rest of the regions in the same pace of development? And that is where I want my beloved President to come in to help Karamoja. It is mostly on water for production and education. Karamoja is one area which is semi-arid and desert area. Recently we passed a loan on irrigation on the floor of Parliament here. That was on the fourth sitting from Exim Bank. When you read the letter that was used to draw or to borrow that money, Karamoja or Lopei Dam was in that letter. So I want to ask that if there could be a way more money can be borrowed for Lopei Dam, since the letter of the President shows that that loan was supposed to be borrowed too for Lopei Dam in Karamoja, so that it can help us to get water for production. The semi-lake that is supposed to be located in Bokora County, Lopei Sub-County. The other one is that I want to request my President to help us solve the problem of street children. As you can see now, ever since the time of the drought issue, we have numerous numbers of them here in the streets of Kampala. So I want us to find him to help us to find a lasting solution to this problem, because we have lost a lot of children in human trafficking and many other activities. And the other one is, I want to request my President to be able to look us in Karamoja with more mercy. I am a product of State House scholarship. So for State House scholarship, an MP in Karamoja is only given 3 slots. If the time it was only 3 slots, that means I would not be standing in this house. I want to request my President to help us increase the slots of State House scholarship in Karamoja. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Babunji, followed by Honorable Komo Joseph.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Josephine Bebona Babungi, the woman MP Bundubujo District. Also raised to support the motion, and we appreciate the President for delivering the State of Nation address. Whereas he promotes value addition and commercial agriculture, in Bundubujo we have a treasure of cocoa. He pledged to construct for us a cocoa factory so that we add value addition to our products, especially the cocoa. The feasibility study was done. We have the land, but up to now, the project is not starting. And especially now, selling the cocoa beans, the prices now have lowered. So we feel that if we improve on it, we can get good money and at the same time employ the community members. Right Honorable Speaker, Bundubujo as a district has never seen a good market constructed by local government, like we see other markets in other places, in other districts, in other towns. The trade order, as we try to implement it, affected Bundubujo so much that the traders have nowhere even to sell the small items and the local produce. The only market which NADS, through NADS, was trying to be constructed at the border post of Busunga is not to the standards, the way how other markets are constructed.
They are just shelters which are only accommodating a few people. Even the community members refused to operate from that market. Right Honorable Speaker, they are even preparing a petition which maybe has already reached you or not yet. It will reach your table very soon. Right Honorable Speaker, Bundi Bujo district is prone to landslides and other disasters because of the terrain. We have landslides which affects the road infrastructures so much. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a very, very big problem. We have now the sinking ground. I don't know whether the government has taken an initiative to study and come and guide us about the sinking ground. I don't know whether the government has taken an initiative to study and come and guide us about the sinking ground. The ground sinks with everything.
Thank you. Komo Joseph, followed by Mugabe Robert, followed by Ferigo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise.
Ferigo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and I would like to join the rest of my colleagues who supported the motion and the other members of Parliament from Karamoja. I want, first of all, to thank the President for having, for most of the programs that are intended to fight poverty, and these programs are EMIOGA, PDM, WEB, and YLP. These programs in Karamoja already improved the state of the household in Karamoja. But because of insecurity, the poverty in Karamoja has been on and off. On and off in a state that in a year like this one, in 1 year, people harvest, people have peace, and so they get a lot in terms of households. So in another year, the insecurity intensifies. So at the moment, the people of Karamoja are thanking the President for having pacified Karamoja. Now the road thuggery, the killings, and the cattle rustling that have been in Karamoja have been fought totally. We request one thing from the President, that sustainable peace be availed. And so, my colleagues have mentioned a number of programs the President has put to include the road, security road, construction of security roads, to include deployment of the UPDF, and to include the deployment of the police. The deployment of the police is the most important one at the moment. There is some state of lawlessness by individuals who still possess illegal guns. And so, police would be the right people to team up, to work up together with the army, and then kick out insecurity. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a very important matter that I should have mentioned earlier. I've been dealing with the Office of the Minister of Education, and from 2021 up to date, I feel like I have to mention it. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter I'm talking about is regarding the policy of secondary education in every sub-county.
Honorable, you'll get another time you raise it, okay?
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you. Honorable Mugabe Robert, followed by Honorable Kambari Ferigo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Robert Mugabe, the Member of Parliament, Kitagwenda County. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the President for the State of Nation address, particularly his continued emphasis on wealth creation, commercial agriculture, value addition, and indeed this is the right direction if our people are at transition from subsistence to a money economy. Right Honorable Speaker, as we align ourselves with this vision, I rise to bring to the attention of this august House a practical challenge affecting the constituency of Kitagwenda, which risks undermining these very efforts. Around 2021, government, through agro-industrialization for local economic development, AgriLed, they distributed agro-processing equipment, including maize mills and coffee hullers, but the intention was to promote value addition, to increase household income and uplift our people economically. But when you go on ground in Bukurongo Town Council, a maize mill was delivered, but there is no electricity, and now the machine is not functional for the last 5 years. When you go to Kawujira Town Council, a coffee huller was also delivered, but because of lack of... You go to Kawujira Town Council, a coffee huller was also delivered, but because of lack of electricity, the machine is just not functional. In Muhanda sub-county, they also have a coffee huller, but it is not functional because we do not have electricity. And in Kanara sub-county, Bumro Trading Center, the maize mill was also delivered, but the equipment is not there and it is not usable. When you look at all of this, Right Honorable Speaker, you wonder, because Kitagwenda hosts Mpanga Hydro Power Dam. You can imagine a district that hosts Mpanga Hydro Power Dam that actually generates electricity to the rest areas of the country, failing to have electricity for these agro-processing.
Thank you. Kambare Ferigo, followed by Martin Muzari, Rugorobi Wire, Okot Peter, Otimugiwi, and finally Boniface Okot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice to the voices of my colleagues to thank the President for the good State of National Address. Right Honorable Speaker, the President emphasized the need to fight corruption. Today, we are thanking the Minister for Local Government for the work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, my request to the Parliament, 12th Parliament, to my colleagues, is that one, me personally, I feel as if we are sitting on our work. If you look at what is happening in the country, the Minister for Local Government, the work he's doing is what we are supposed to have done long ago. He's doing what I call non-financial verifications. He doesn't need an audit report to do what he's doing. For example, stealing of drugs from our health facilities. We are the members of Parliament of these constituencies. Why should the minister be the one to come and find out that drugs are being stolen in our constituencies? We are sitting on work, finding, comparing the physical number of UPE pupils in class versus what is in the register. We don't need a minister to come and do that work for us. We are sitting on our own work, doing simple verification cost versus a building that has been constructed, a 3-star latrine being costing 100 million, where it is supposed to cost like 30 million. We don't need a minister to come to our constituencies to do that work.
When the president says we should fight corruption, I want to request this parliament, we should not wait for any minister from Kampala to do that work for us. Let's go on ground, pick these figures, compare what is being dispersed, compare what. How should a minister be the one to know that workers are not doing their work in health facilities? A minister has come, he's the one who has found out that certain health workers are not in hospital X. Really? When we are there as MPs? I want to thank the president.
Thank you. No, Martin Mazari. Then Honorable Gorobi Wile.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the many colleagues who are actually thanked the President for the State of National Address, and also for thanking him for presiding over the affairs of this country. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll also add my voice to the colleagues who have already actually pointed out some of these issues. Right Honourable Speaker, we have a challenge with our Jinja to Kampala road, and the government had proposed an express from Jinja to Kampala. I don't know which parameters that the government could be using to prioritize roads, but I think the Jinja Kampala Express would be one of those priorities, because when we look at value addition, the Jinja Kampala Express would, I think, be #1 in this country. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of Busoga University has been on this floor for a very long time, Right Honourable Speaker. My colleague talked about it, but the Minister for Education was not here. Honourable Minister, our concern as Busoga would want to see this university be in operation. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the President for the initiative, especially in trying to boost the science or the innovation industry. But of course there is a challenge I think I can see. But I just want to put this out. We are sponsoring students in universities, and we have very bright students who are graduating with masters, many first-class degrees, and so on. But Right Honourable Speaker, we are not tapping on this talent as government. In other governments, what they do, they create a pool of science, train them with other countries, and they come back and serve their country. Because I've seen the President is trying to pick on innovators. We've seen Dave Pharmaceutical, we've seen Professor, I'm forgetting the one of Banana Initiative and so on, Professor Mlang. So, but we can do it as government, and we shall reduce on the cost.
Thank you. Yes, Willie.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm Lugolobi Wile Bagayente, Member of Parliament, Bujumba Constituency, Kalangala District. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to join colleagues to thank His Excellency for the State of the Nation address. The President was very much spot on, and I want to thank him. Sharing with us his personal initiative of transforming pastoralists into commercial livestock farmers mirrors very well with what he did in Kalangala, transforming peasants into commercial palm oil farmers. Right Honourable Speaker, our farmers in Kalangala, the palm oil farmers, are leaping big from palm oil because of the initiative of the President, and we are very grateful. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to thank the President for earmarking the islands, Sese Islands, the only paradise in the Pearl of Africa, as the key tourist hub in Uganda. That place is very famous as a key tourist destination, and we are very grateful. I also want to thank the President for his directive of Chisanja, no more sleep. And I think on behalf of the islanders, I want to make these special prayers. One, I want to request that Minister of Works should begin overnight trips to the islands, especially for Buvuma and Kalangala. We cannot participate in the overnight economy when the ferry stops working at 6. Kalangala and Buvuma, we refer patients, the biggest health facility that we have in those two districts is a health center for. So in the case of referral, Buvuma, they refer to Mukono, Kalangala, we refer to Masaka. So if they refer you at night, then you begin praying to your Creator. So we are appealing that before we get a district hospital status, they consider the ferries working at night. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are also appealing to government that we have a county in Kalangala called Chamuswa. It is not connected to the national road. Chamuswa County is not connected to the national road. So we are appealing. Right, Honorable Speaker, when colleagues here are requesting for roads, for us we are requesting for ferries. We are requesting for a ferry that connects Kalangala, the national road that stops in around Bujumba to Chamuswa County. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are also requesting for quality inputs. If we are around Bujumba to Chamuswa County. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are also requesting for quality inputs. If we are...
Thank you. Honorable Court Peter, followed by Honorable Yabna Turinda, followed by Honorable Tim Gewi, and finally Honorable Boniface Okot.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in thanking the President for fulfilling his constitutional mandate of delivering the State of the Nation 2026. The President made a call to all of us to embrace the wealth creation initiatives, many of them. If I'm to single one, I can pick on PDM. Right Honorable Speaker, a lot could have been achieved under PDM programs. But it appears emphasis is being put mostly on Pillar 3, which is the financial inclusion. PDM was developed on 7 pillars, but it appears that other pillars are not being acted on. For example, the investment from the financial inclusion, the money which is given to the beneficiaries, is being put in mostly agricultural activities. With agricultural activities, the farmers need a lot of support, a lot of extension support. But you'll find that in most of our districts, there is lack of extension workers. I therefore call upon government to increase on the wage bill so that extension workers are recruited. For example, in my district of Omoro, you find that one extension worker is covering 3 to 4 sub-counties, meaning that is a ratio of 1 extension workers to close about to 2,000 farmers, which is impossible. We also need to improve on infrastructure, which is also a pillar in the design of PDM, so that the rural roads are worked on, so that the farmers can take their produce to the market. Value addition is very important. We have stores which were built and equipped with value addition equipment. Like most people said this morning when we are debating electricity, they are not connected. So those machines are there being redundant. On health, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the government for constructing the Gulu Cancer Institute so that Mulago can be decongested. But, Right Honorable Speaker, Gulu Cancer Institute, for patients who require...
As a whip, let me add you a minute, just as a whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For patients who require radioactive treatment, have to come up to Mulago. So something needs to be done if we truly mean to decongest Mulago for cancer treatment. Infrastructure in terms of roads, yes, but of late we have also witnessed a number of accidents. I would appeal that major health facilities along the highways be fully equipped, because we have also lost a number of patients as a result of the accident because of the long distance of evacuation from the accident point to the nearest health facility with facilities. So I would urge that, for example, the highway to Gulu, let us look at Kiriandongo. Let Kiriandongo be well equipped. Let us facilities. So I would urge that, for example, the highway to Gulu, let us look at Kiriandongo. Let Kiriandongo be well equipped. Let us look at a small health center like Bobi to also be upgraded to Health Center 4, which can serve to support in terms of emergencies. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Eliab Naturinda, followed by Honorable Timugiwi, then final Honorable Kotpun.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Eliab Naturinda, Member of Parliament for Ndogwa County West. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency the President for giving us a serious State of Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency the President for giving us a serious State of Nation address, and which depicts the core of what is on ground. I happen to have witnessed the 1994 genocide in Rwanda because my constituency is at the borderline of Uganda and Rwanda. And on the security part, I want to assure the nation that as far as security for us, at least in Ndogwa West, now we can be able to smile because there is some good peace and security on that area. However, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of market, especially the reopening of Katuna border, it was reopened after some time, but we are not seriously observing the East African Common Market Protocol. There is no free entry and exit. Ugandans cannot freely trade with our brothers and sisters from across, and you cannot promote international border like that and even market when actually there is no free access of goods and services at the border. So I want to request that the government of Uganda can actually continue those discussions at the border so that our citizens can actually enjoy. My other issue here in my constituency, I want to request the government through the Right Honorable Prime Minister that you find that electricity is exported to Rwanda. You find that the other side across there is electricity, but in Uganda, just like 1 meter from across, you cannot even tamper to connect electricity from the Rwandan side to the Ugandan side. It is actually very disturbing. So I want to appeal to the government so that it can actually see a way of connecting houses that are on the borderline. We don't need to incur another cost to connect our Ugandan houses. My other appreciation is on the issue of education. I can see the Honorable Minister of Education is here. I want to thank you because in areas like Bwama, at least our brothers and sisters at Lake Bunyonyi Senior Secondary School now they can be able to smile because at least government has been able to construct for them. But I also want to appeal to you that in Bwama Senior Secondary School, for the last 10 years, they don't have a deputy head teacher. They have been having only a substantive deputy head teacher.
Thank you. Honorable Timugiwi Isaac.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not mind at all taking a few seconds within my 3 minutes to take this opportunity to thank you for your patience. Honorable colleagues, since 10 o'clock, apart from the 30 minutes for the break, the Right Honorable Speaker has been here with us, giving us all the time to make sure we represent our duties. We thank you for that. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the motion in the House, to thank His Excellency for the speech he made. Most especially, I wanted to thank him on the issue of security. Indeed, there is now security within the country. Where people never used to travel at night, we have buses now leaving as far as Koboko, coming through Karuma all the way to Kampala, even crossing it at 1 a.m. at night, something that never used to happen during the Kony times. We thank the government for the compensation during the war times. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we still have problem in the areas of West Nile in regarding compensation. The people of West Nile for over 40 years have waited patiently to be compensated because of the insurgency, because of the loss of property and life that took place between the years of 1990 to 1997. A number of people remember vividly how our newspapers were awash those days, people losing their lives, buses being burned. Those who could survive the hijack and the ambush of the buses had to run through the national park. If you survived being shot like an animal, then pray that a wild animal doesn't get you through the national park. But nevertheless, to date, through different associations in West Nile, we have from NEBI, for example, the Greater NEBI War Claimants Association, registering over 192 people still following their claims up to date. Out of those ones, over 50 have already lost their lives. They kept moving to and fro to Kampala through the office following their claims up to date. Out of those ones, over 50 have already lost their lives. They kept moving to and fro to Kampala through the offices of the Attorney General over the years, through other offices of the Prime Minister, but to veil. They lost their lives, not even receiving a single coin to that effect. And that is the main reason as to why His Excellency, through me here I have a letter. His Excellency actually wrote a letter to the office of the Prime Minister, dated 27th October 2025, informing and directing the office of the Prime Minister to consider ex gratia for people who have lost their property and life during the Kony insurgency to be considered in the office of the Prime Minister. A year has gone by, Mr. Speaker, we have not received any communication to that regards from the office of the Prime Minister, whether there are any steps being taken to compensate the people of West Nile who have lost property during the Kony War. Mr. Speaker.
Conclude, Vice Chair of the caucus. By the way, is more or less the Deputy Government Chief Whip. On that, our rules don't recognize directly.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The powerful man.
Thank you very much. Yes, position privileges, colleagues. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to conclude with the issue of the seed schools that we have. We have been allocating funds for seed schools, but what we have realized on ground is that especially the money allocated for construction of school football grounds or the pitch is never enough. We moved just a month ago through a number of seed schools. We have 3 seed schools under construction in Nebi district. The seed schools there, none of the 3 seed schools have actually had their school functions in Nebi district. The seed schools there, none of the 3 seed schools have actually had their school football grounds constructed because of the budget being allocated for that. Most of these seed schools come up with only 15 million shillings for construction of the football pitch. And as per now, none of them have actually been able to conclude construction of seed schools. So I would ask the Minister of Education and Sports, I'm glad he's in the House, to try and look into that, how we can find a way of adding some money to most of these seed schools. If you do a survey in all the seed schools under construction, you'll find very few have actually been able to construct school pitches, and you know how sports is very vital for our people. If there's a way we can come in and help the districts with the money, it will be great. Thank you for the time, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Kwatu Boniface.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I listened to the State of the Nation address word for word, and I must make one admission. I'm exceedingly proud and glad to call President Museveni my president and my party leader. And the specific reason why I'm very proud of him is that one of the revolutionary books that I enjoy reading, called The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, says that every generation out of its relatives, by Frantz Fanon, says that every generation out of its relative obscurity must be able to identify its generational mission, and it chooses to either fulfill it or betray it. President Museveni for the past 40 years has been constitutional mission, and it chooses to either fulfill it or betray it. President Museveni for the past 40 years has been consistent and fulfilled every generational mission. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the policy directions and initiations of President Museveni, you will notice that he's taking us many steps in the right direction. However, I want to just make mention of wealth creation that ideally seems to be the pivot of his operation now going forward, that the efforts are commendable. However, in a sub-region like Lango, which is largely swampy, the project on micro-scale irrigation, which ended, should be renewed, and the co-funding of 25% reduced to a reasonable. Project on micro-scale irrigation, which ended, should be renewed, and the co-funding of 25% reduced to a reasonable percentage for affordability of farmers. On education, in my constituency, Kole South, 5 out of 54 parishes still don't have primary schools in the parishes. 2 of my secondary schools still need coding. That's Abeli Secondary School and Adiang Annex. Akalo Sub-County and Bala Sub-County still have no seed schools. And also we don't have a technical school for vocational training as a district. On roads and infrastructure, we are also appealing for a commencement of the construction of the 55-kilometer Kona-Ayer.
Since you're the last one, Chair, I'll conclude. One of the youth MPs who managed to come back and now progress. And you can see the way he's submitting.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The roads and infrastructure, the AFCON roads, and also the Lango sub-region where I come from, Right Honourable Speaker, will also be the center of attention during AFCON. We are aware that there is a facility to support hotels in sub-regions where AFCON will take center stage. I also appeal that Lango sub-region and the hotel owners be considered for this support. Finally, on health, my district, Kole, still needs a district hospital, and we need an upgrade of Aboke Health Center 3 to Health Center 4, Bala Health Center 3 to Health Center 4, Aboke, to District Hospital. Right Honourable Speaker, long live President Museveni and long live Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
long live President Museveni and long live Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I can see two ministers I was listening properly, the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister for Education. I can see two ministers I was listening properly, the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister for Education. The issues which have been raised. Let me start with agriculture.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank our colleagues, but also add my voice in thanking the President for his State of the Nation address. Honorable Speaker, I now have a different portfolio from the one I had in last term by the time the President delivered his State of the Nation address. But I've got to know why he used certain words and certain terms in his State of the Nation address. Why we need to fight corruption and why we need not to sleep. Specifically as Minister of Fisheries, and my colleagues have been raising such issues. This Parliament has been occupied by complaints. We have been complaining a number of times over UPDF and the death on the lake and the running after people over illegal gear. And the people raise questions, where does this illegal gear come from? It means someone is actually either eating money through corruption or sleeping on the job. And last week, I went to a bond under URA, where illegal fishing gear has been going through containers and containers. And then we end up spending a lot of money and a lot of effort to run after people. But when you see the energy, some of our government workers in the bond, the energy they use to see that you don't reach that illegal gear, then you know that really the President was right. At this time we should fight corruption and there should be no sleeping. My appeal to members is, especially those from fishing community, let's team up if we are to fight this, and I'm sure we shall. But also to add my voice to the fishing, the hard-to-reach areas, Honorable Speaker, because many times when we are ministers, we fail to speak about our areas and only speak about government issues. So the issue of LFA centers, if there are areas where we need to fast track upgrading of the LFA center force to hospital, first are the islands, because to evacuate a referral from the islands, we thank government that government, for example, can provide a boat, but you need a vehicle ambulance to move the patient to where the boat is. Now you need another vehicle ambulance to be stationed in another district on the mainland to evacuate the patient from where the boat drops. So you need three vessels, 2 vehicles and 1 boat to evacuate one. So the best way to cut all these costs, and that's why, Honorable Speaker, you recall government supported these areas with very, very good boat ambulances, but members have been on the floor to say they are costly. Because every referral, these facilities are not able to handle. And the President has made it clear that these hospitals should, LFA centers should be upgraded. Who then actualizes that? So our planners have to pick and read and understand the President's submissions, so that then they follow up that. Otherwise, the President's promises are wearing President's submissions, so that then they follow up that. Otherwise, the President's promises are well-intentioned, but at times these other people who follow up Then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, because I recall you were a member of National Economy, and we used to pass loan money for seed schools. And the last loans, we conditioned passing money for city schools to availability of land. And the district local governments, because the member, actually that was the Honorable MP for Chibali, money was returned for a city school because the land was not available. So this has been an issue. The local governments assure us at the time of approving the loan that the land is available. After approving the loan, now land is not available. So our colleagues, we need to work together. Even in Mibuvuma, we almost lost the seed school. So and after there was a lot of follow-up there. So I know it is happening in many other areas. So we really need to work with the local governments and ensure that land is indeed available for these facilities, because I know this is not the last. We may have another loan, maybe for you gift 3. The same applies for every facilities. You gift 1, you gift 2, you gift 3, but we really need to work together. So I thank you very much, Right Honorable and colleagues. Applies for every facilities. You gift 1, you gift 2, you gift 3, but we really need to work together. So I thank you very much, Right Honorable and colleagues.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to congratulate you for the stamina. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to congratulate you for the stamina you have, but I know why, because you are a sporty, and if you're sporty, definitely you can be able, I think, Right Honourable colleagues, let's clap for the Speaker for that. Right Honourable Speaker, I have quite a number of questions which, with your indulgence, permit me to answer them. First is on the question of the establishment of Busoga University. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry has received quite a number of questions from various colleagues of this August House related to Busoga University. Fast forward. The establishment of a public university requires mandatory legal, financial, and administrative processes to be completed in a prescribed legal, financial, and administrative processes to be completed in a prescribed manner in line with the statutory requirements. For that purpose, the ministry is undertaking all these regulatory processes so that we're in tandem with the plan and the purpose why this university is being established. Substantial process has been made, including the settlement of liabilities. Transfer process has been made, including the settlement of liabilities, transfers of the university assets to government, development of academic programs, and preparation of a governance structure. Right Honourable Speaker, what is remaining relates principally to the statutory approvals. And I want to say the following. My senior minister to the statutory approvals. And I want to say the following. My senior minister has already did write to the Minister of Finance asking for a certificate of financial implications so that we officially submit a cabinet memo. And I want to confirm, as of yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Finance has issued a certificate of financial implication for me to submit a cabinet memo for cabinet to approve
Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, after Cabinet has approved, then now we come to the matters which are in line, Right Honorable Speaker. After Cabinet has approved, then now we come to the matters which are in line with the universities and other tertiary institution Act, CAP 262. The university, of course, there now we go ahead in terms of constituting what we call the governing council. The governing council is the one with powers now to officially admit the student. The governing council. The governing council is the one with powers now to officially admit the student. I want to reiterate and commit to this August House. Allow me complete the entire process since I started it. We will officially celebrate this House. Allow me complete the entire process since I started it. We will officially celebrate when the entire process has been completed. I am aware it has taken some time, but now I'm at the tail end for purposes of us having Busoga University fully function. And I want entirely, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank my senior minister, the First Lady, who has been very firm in the establishment of this university in Busoga, together with all the leaders of Busoga sub-region. Second issue goes on the question which have been raised here, which I want to answer. Question number 2 relates to seed schools. And Right Honorable Speaker, it came from a member of parliament for Kiwale County, member of parliament for Chigorobia County. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is true we are already beginning with engagements with the World Bank in terms of having UGIFT 2 come on board to support in our quest to fulfill our manifesto in line with having a seed school per sub-county. I want to call upon you, honorable colleagues, that once this program is ready, we will be able to come to you and indicate to you what is available and how we are going to continue fulfilling the presidential manifesto which we subscribe to. The other issue which was mentioned here, it was particularly the one regarding the matter under Education Service Commission. The current recruitments of teachers going on. Friends, we normally advertise these jobs for national competition. We do not classify, and I want to request, we do not classify specific interests to specific regions, because all of us are Ugandans. If we truly went to school and qualify, why do we fear for competition? The question of saying we need affirmative action for you to be given jobs for purposes of getting advantage in certain regions, in my considered opinion, is not going to take us far. What we need is a transparent system, competitive, which is able to give all our people to get these jobs. And to be honest, Education Service Commission, for now, has been very fair in a way they are doing its jobs. We are also aware that there are some unscrupulous people who try to move out using the names of Education Service Commission. Honorable colleague, particularly for Chekwe East, if you know of anyone, I am available. We will follow the case up and have that person apprehended and punished among the members of the commission. The other issue you raised, that there's a school in Akapiripirit which is not functioning despite government allocating teachers. I'm your neighbor and your uncle. I'm ready to drive to Nakapiripirit. It's not functioning despite government allocating teachers. I'm your neighbor and your uncle. I'm ready to drive to Nakapiripirit with you to check on that school, and we'll be able to repurpose that school for purpose of work for it. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am happy today my honorable colleague is there. You remember you referred that to come to the ministry. I know she's going to be a testimony on what we do and the commitments we make when we're in this August House. The other issue which comes forward again is on the question of Akibwa Marathon. Friends, Rwenzori Marathon is a private initiative. And I call upon us to begin these initiatives. We government come in to support you. Like now, I have Gul Marathon which is forthcoming in October. Yesterday, my colleague and the organizers of Gul Marathon have written to me, with the resources you give me here, is one we try to share to support such initiatives. So I want to challenge my colleague, if it is